Take it to the next level.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Online Darts. Here we are. It is Super Series or Pro Tour number 3, and the band is back together. Myself and Gob are here to run you through the action after missing last week. We've been squad rotated, Gob, last week.
Yeah, it was all hands on deck last week. There was plenty of action and plenty of the team about covering various events, but we are back, sat at home, chatting about the Pro Tours for the next 6 hours. I can't remember how long these things last now.
Yeah, six and a half hours, something like that. Welcome along everyone in the chat room as well. Hope everyone is good. I'm quite excited for today, Gob.
Same. I'm hoping, well, it's almost guaranteed from what I've seen on social media this morning, that the Pro Tours will be a little bit more organised than they have been in Australia. From what I understand, it's been an absolute chaos, to put it politely. I've seen Raymond Smith's post on Twitter and Facebook. Fair to say he's not very happy. I suspect there are a few of us that haven't. But Tim Pusey won the first one, and they're just waiting on the result of the second one soon.
I'm not gonna pan the guys going really well with Rob Denny and that. And look, it looks as if there's been a mistake, but I'm sure they'll get it right.
Yeah.
Everyone gets a second.
At least it's the first one. At least it's not the last one. They're not persisting with it as yet. There's things to adjust to and get right.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But in the chat room, hope everyone is good. Andrew, Philip is in as always. Juanita, Malachi, Joe, Jonathan, Kieran. Hope everyone is good. I'm looking forward to today, especially off the back of the Premier League. We'll touch on that in a minute. But the European qualifiers as well. Vincent van der Voort still in the show.
Yeah, I'm just looking through now, and as positive as that is, there's some absolute stinker of results for some other players. James Wade getting battered in both games. A.D. Lewis, I think he qualified for one, but in the second one he got beat 6-0 in the qualifying match. Mervyn King, it's not been the best start of the year for him. Could be we're seeing a little bit of a changing of the guard. I can't believe you guys are asking to turn Phil's mic up. No one wants to hear
I know. Well, maybe so. Hopefully that should be a bit better, guys, now. Right, I know he's your boy, Gob.
Oh, he's in stinking form. He's in absolutely. Yes, he's all over the place. 73 average in one of these. 87 to lose to Luke Peters. Sorry, average 93 against Josh Rock. A.D. Lewis had a 73 average to lose 6-0 to Martin Lukeman. Eek.
Look, his finishing has always been his A+ part of his game. But right now, that scoring phase has just gone. And he's not even getting darts at a double, which is the issue.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. His scoring phase is so bad at the minute, he doesn't get a chance to dig himself out of trouble with the finishing.
Yeah. Again, in terms of players qualifying for the match play, because the tickets are almost sold out for the match play, not a shock there. But like people like Chris Dobie that have qualified for both, Alan Suter that have qualified for both, huge moments for them on the rankings because there's been no Euro Tours for 2 years. They've missed out on huge chunks of money, and to qualify for them both is huge.
Yeah. And at the opposite end of the spectrum, I guess, the likes of John Henderson missing out on both, Simon Whitlock missing out on both. It's big for those guys that have got a lot of defending to do this year. They've got a lot of work to do to stick around on the tour once again.
Yeah. Look, I'm not going to lie. I am worried for John Henderson right now. Look, one of the nicest men you'll ever meet, but right now there's a concern. What's that?
Max Hopp qualified for one. He lost in the prelim in the other one. See, again, this is where it's a little bit of a... Even at this level, you can get the luck. I suppose there's a 98 average there. He's a 98 average and 284s, and he's qualified for one event and lost in the prelim of another.
Yeah. Philip says, surprise Martin Newman qualified for the first 3 events. Yeah, look, his form's been patchy since he's got his card, so to qualify for all 3, yeah, completely with you, mate. Michael Smith, the real deal, question mark? Absolutely. Look, but Bully Boy is sensational.
And a big story, I think, I'm right in saying this, is Danny Baggish is the first ever American to play on the European Tour?
I believe so, yeah.
He will be, after he qualified through ET3. His form's been up and down. So this will be a massive relief to him to start getting himself onto that Euro Tour, start trying to pick up. Because, look, we've seen him play on stage at the World Championships, and he's another who seems to be a more equipped player to handle the pressure and that in front of TV cameras than he is on a floor event when you're just another player. Because effectively on a floor event, you are just another player. You are one of 128 that is in that room that is capable of winning on that day.
Yeah. Jake says Whitlock is on the first one, right? Yeah, because he qualified last year. That would have been ET3 last year, but because it didn't happen, it's rolled over. So, yeah, Simon Whitlock is in the first one. Pete, all good, mate. Hope you are well. We're just gearing up. Games are starting to warm up as well. The next couple of minutes, they'll flick the buttons in. I was going to say MK. I was actually saying in MK, but in Wigan.
Mate. We're in Wigan.
I know.
I did some tweeting this morning and had to double check where we were.
Yeah, I was like, hello, Milton Keynes. Nico says, who wins today?
Me.
Who wins?
Darts is the winner. You lot are the winners because you get to sit here and listen to me and Phil for the next 6.5 hours.
Just looking at it, the first time I've looked at the draw, there's some absolute honkers.
That'll be a good time to tell you you're doing boards 9 to 16 because I've already got 1 to 8 set up.
Oh, like that, is it?
Yeah. It's less scrolling, isn't it? So mine are already set ready to go on my third screen. I've got one big one for all the results. Twitter, flick it. Oh, actually, I could do that.
So, Philip says, what's your favourite game of round 1? I'm only halfway down, but I really like Callum Ridds against John O'Shea. John O'Shea qualified for one of the Euro Tours as well, which was huge. I love that game. I'm just scrolling through now. What else really pings for me? Oh, Chris Dobie, Steve Beaton. How can you not like that?
It's very similar to ours.
Don't do that.
The other one as well, I suppose, no Nathan Aspinall. It's just a concern right now, Gob.
The injury, yeah, it has to be if he's not here once again. Most definitely. What's that?
Oh, Cameron Menzies, Ross Smith on board 10. Yes, please.
Oh, hello. I have run 9 data today. Sorry, Dave, I'm on the stream, so that doesn't happen here. We don't do that here.
Oh, board 12. 2 coming through Q School, meet in round 1. Connor Scott against Jules Van Dongen. Woo-hoo!
Tidy. Favourite game of the
Joe Cullen, Florian Hempel. Oh, if they both win on board 15, this has to be streamed. Round 2, potentially Joe Cullen against Richie Burnett. Yes, please.
I wouldn't mind a Vincent Gary either if that one goes to seeds. I definitely would not mind board 15 as a second streamer board. I know Damon Hetter and Josh Rock, which is board 8, is on one of the streams. Because they're still broadcasting the DPA and the PDC website's only set up for 2 streams at the minute. We're waiting for the DPA to finish before they announce the second one. I'm not sure if anybody's put it on Twitter as yet. Dan Dawson normally tweets. Let's have a look for Dan, see if he's told us who's on what streaming board.
Jonathan says, will players from the EU have to spend a week in the UK? No, everything's gone now, isn't it? Boris has got rid of everything.
What do we have? Ooh, streaming board 1. Damon Hetter against Josh Rock. Gert de Vos against Matt Campbell. Stephen Bunting against Richie Edhouse. And Simon Whitlock against Brett Clayton. Been interesting. Watch that fourth one. Stream number 2. Let's see what board they're on. I think it's pretty late. There's board number 16, Phil, the one adjacent to that board 15 that we want in round 2. It's Rob Cross against George Killington, Martine Clearmacher against Andy Bolton, Daryl Gurney against Danny Baggish, and Steve Lennon against Kevin Burnett. I don't mind them.
Yeah.
Don't mind them at all.
Dan says, looking forward to great coverage. I enjoy the live. The format won't change, mate. It has to be that way for a reason. As well, I know we spoke about this. God, that week in June is absolute carnage for the players.
Yes.
And potentially the Premier League mob are going to have to miss Pro Tours.
Yeah, not a fan of that. It should never have to miss Pro, especially not for an exhibition.
We all know what the Premier League stands for, God. We all know what they're like.
Oh, yes.
Jonathan, some stayed. I know the North Americans stayed. Matt Campbell and Jeff Smith were having a whale of a time with Darren Webster. Smashing
They're
things
building,
up.
aren't they? They're building. Yeah.
So yeah, they had a whale of a time. 12 o'clock. They haven't hit the button yet.
No. There's still time.
Waiting for that button. I'll move it up in a second once they go. So, God, what feature game would you like first? I'll be nice. I'll let you pick the first one.
Aw, aren't you a cutie? Look at us working together now that we're back. Should we just pick a board for feature games so that we don't have to keep it off?
Can do. Unless there's a whopping game that stands out.
Board number 3, please, Philip. Board number 3.
Okie dokie. So MVG will be first. I'd just like to point out that I didn't pick it.
Do you know why I've picked this? Because I want to see the potential clash between Michael van Gerwen and Raymond van Barneveld in the board final. I also think as a possibility last weekend too.
Yeah, there was.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Spud King is in from Australia. Welcome along, mate. Hope you are good. I still can't believe they haven't gone live yet. What's the matter?
Can I also point out, I love Dark Connect, but it needs an app. An actual iPhone app or something.
I'm with you there.
It sort of exists, but it sort of doesn't. We're live. First game that said game on. John O'Shea against Callan Ridds, the chat room derby.
Oi, oi.
And also, you can't. The addition of this player stats thing means that when you try and put multiple screens up, it's always to the left. You can't really get a Dark Connect window that fits the size of the screen that I need each window to be able to see it. So I've just got loads of wasted space, which actually is a good thing because now I can. I'm sat here moaning. It solves my problem. They can overlap now. We're live on the streaming board. Damon against Josh Rock.
Oh, I love that. Hi from sunny Benidorm. Oh,
the Benidorm Open, please.
A few good stag do's in Benidorm. Oh, after the disaster of a Premier League night for the world champion, what darts are we going to get today, Cobb?
I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned because he was throwing with the right ones. He just got his ass handed to him. And the issue is, it's just a perfect excuse for him to go, do you know what? It didn't work. I'm going to throw something else. And that's not what should happen. Do we have?
It was a weird one. I think I'll put it on Twitter that it didn't feel like a 102 average from MVG either.
Yeah. 142 is live as well. There we go. Lovely.
There we have the feature game up as well. We are ready to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, come and say hi in the chat room. Make sure you subscribe and drop us a like. I'm just going to set my streaming boards up on the laptop now.
Rob Cross has just opened a match with an 11-dart leg. Voltage is not hanging around.
Tidy.
Early legs on the board for Rob Cross. Damon Heta. Keegan Brown takes the opener against Gerwin Price on board. 15-dart leg for him. Callum Ridds with the early advantage over John O'Shea.
Afternoon, Colin. William says, how do I watch? There are 2 streaming boards on PDC TV, but just stay with us and we'll guide you through it all.
Well, indeed. Callum Ridds doubled his advantage, back-to-back 15-dart legs for him. And Gerwin wins the opener against Lavanauskas. Is George Killington sponsored by Adidas? No, he just doesn't have a dart shirt, I don't think.
So the DPA are still on board 1. Oh, what is that emoji about? Not a fan of that.
On who?
When the guy just hit the winning double, we had a funny emoji pop up on screen.
Yeah, did you not see that during the Premier League coverage as well?
Yes. However, no one from the PDC knew that was coming, and they were like, "What the is this?"
It's a bit gimmicky. It was almost like cartoon writing, wasn't it? Like superhero, wham, whatever. And the issue with that is, it's quite a common piece of branding now. In various roles I've been in, it's quite like superhero theme with like the characterization. has been recycled quite a bit now for like the last 5 to 10 years. Once Marvel made superheroes relevant again, if you like, I've seen it used for student union elections. The NHS and the government are using it at the minute as their wear a mask, stay safe campaign, that sort of thing. If you see it in any shopping centres, it's all very much that superhero identity thing, and it's just overused. I think don't like it at all.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Neither. Keegan Brown is motoring, struggling a little bit this year, but he is 3-0 up on Gerwyn Price, the world number 1 for now.
This is
£5,000 difference between Peter Wright and Gerwyn Price heading into this weekend.
On PDC TV, they have got three streams operating at once.
Unheard of from them.
No, I'm thinking this is great signs.
I'm thinking this is heading towards, without commentators perhaps, us being able to watch every board at the UK Open.
I've got both Pro Tour streams up, but the option to watch the DP8 is also there.
Yes.
Like that. Big fan.
Shea. How's he lost that leg? I'm watching the stream now. Damon Heta wants 243. Josh Rock wants tops after 12. And yet Dark Connect is telling me Damon Heta wins this leg. 177 from the heat. Inside, outside for Josh Rock. Leaves himself on double 5, which nobody likes. Treble 10, double 18 in 2 for Damon Heta.
Kennington levels up. Rob Cross. I didn't realise until the other day when I was actually chatting to him, Gob, every day, or like today he'll use the same set, but every tournament he uses a new set of darts per game.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if that's a grip thing or if it's just a merchandise sales thing, because they are probably one of the easiest sets of darts to get match used. I don't know if that has that comments, but yeah, they are one of the most common match used set of darts for sale via his management.
Tell you what, has Big Dev done a load of work? He averaged 99 yesterday. He's averaging 98 again, Peter Wright. Are we welcoming Devon Peterson back to the fold?
We could well be. Are we welcoming Keegan Brown back to the fold? He is 4-1 up now on Gerwyn Price. Luke Humphreys, Mario van den Bogard 2 apiece. Marco van Gerwen leads Labanauskas 2-1. Just an 89 average for the green machine. John O'Shea 3-2 behind Callum Riggs. Now that was 2-0, so he's pulled it back a little bit.
I don't know how much he's defending Gob, but are we slightly concerned about Ricky Evans yet?
No, I think he's always been a little bit of a streaky player anyway. I've seen bits and pieces from him on social media saying I think he'd tinker around with his throw again a little bit. The issue with him is always going to be the pace he throws at and trying to adjust that. And there's always going to be people that say he throws too fast, but when he's on, that is the best I've ever seen him. I've never seen him produce his top level when he's not throwing at ridiculous speeds. So I guess he's just one of them that's just going to have to live with it and try and work with it and manipulate his throw in hit form at the right time, etc. Michael Smith gets a leg on the board, but he's 3-1 behind to Joe Mernon, who is averaging 107. Johnny Clayton in a bit of a scrap with Tony Martinez. And one we seem to have forgotten about, Dirk Van Dijvenbode, one apiece with J-Lo.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that he's got.
Yeah.
Too soon for that gag?
No, it's gone midday.
Ryan Searle 4-3 now. Ricky Evans has another leg back there. Dimitri Vandenberg 3-0 up on Ian White. This is the issue Ian White's now got. He's fallen out of the seedings. He's running into these. Dimitri Vandenberg averaging nearly 103.
Trouble. Callum Riggs now needs John O'Shea 5-2. Joe Mernon just added another against Michael Smith. That's 4-1. Are we perhaps seeing already, Phil, the Premier League boys struggling a day and a bit after a night in the Premier League? Peter Wright finds himself behind. All right, admittedly, a very, very good performance from Devon Peterson so far. Michael Van Gerwen 3-1 up, but only averaging 90. Make that 4-1. Gerwin Price behind, averaging mid-90s. Michael Smith behind. We've seen James Wade struggle at times over the weekend already.
Potentially. Joe Cullen only averaging 71.
Rob Cross won the first leg in 11 darts earlier on. Since then, he's lost the next 4. George Killington on an absolute streak.
Yeah, Rob Cross isn't doing a lot wrong either. Averaging 96 and change.
Make that 5-1.
Not doing
John
a lot
O'Shea,
wrong.
112 checkout from John O'Shea to save the match with 5-3 behind now. Was 5-2. Ridge was sat on double 10 as well, but then he's only opened up for 27. It is 5-1 to George Killington. Let's talk about Tony Martinez. The Belgian says Belgium, but it's the Spanish flag. Yeah, we had this conversation over Q School. He's a bit of a Robert Marjanovic, who's played for about 4 different countries. He's just registered in the system as a Spaniard.
Yeah.
Do we think that's a bit of an Andy Bolton move?
Possibly, yeah. Because he's not going to get picked for Belgium.
Not unless you come in and you're top 24 within a year. Because that team's just solid. Dimi and Kim aren't going anywhere anytime soon. You've got Mario van der Bogart ahead of you as well, most likely.
Yeah. I think it's a Tony Cascarino. I'm going to go and play for Ireland.
Yes. George Killington is the first winner of the day. Completes a 6-1 victory over Rob Cross.
Yeah, very impressive as well.
Very impressive indeed.
No, PDC TV, you have to pay for it, mate. Jose de Souza 5-1 up on Peter Hudson, only 94.
Luke Humphreys finds himself behind to Mario van den Bogarde. 4-3, and Mario just opened up with the darts with a maximum as well. MVG
Result.
just one leg away against Darius Labanauskas.
Yeah. It's just disappeared off my screen. It'll come back in a sec.
Oh, hello. Some post-match stats on the PDC stream.
Yeah, it's good in there.
Yes. Mario on a 9 indeed, Robin. 141. Didn't get one at all last year while I was streaming. Can I get one on my first stream of the year? Oh, 109 leaves 32.
Ryan Searle is a 6-4 winner over Ricky Evans. So which monster today? Just the sugar-free one. I'm still on the sugar-free, the Energy Ultra.
Hi, Henry.
How's it going, mate? You all right?
Also, we were talking about Peter Wright a minute ago. Jar is in the chat room. Hello, buddy. He says Wright can go world number 1 if Price does not make the semi-finals and Wright wins. He goes world number 1. Only way he goes world number 1 today is if he wins outright. Marco van Gerwen completes a 6-1 victory over Darius Labanauskas. And Mario van den Bogarde is just one leg away against Luke Humphreys. Result also on board 5, Bill. Michael Smith, the 4th seed, is out. We've had 4 results so far. 2 of them have been casualties for the seeds. Rob Cross and Michael Smith out in round 1.
Yes. Giles says Cascarino, Lawrence and Andy Tanzan. What an Irish side. Yeah, throw Clinton Morrison in there as well. But the funniest bit is when they found out that Cascarino didn't even have Irish descent. Brilliant. Fiddled the system. Yes, the serial killer is next on board too. Also, another result, the rockstar Joe Cullen, far from his best, but has gone over the line somehow.
Far from his best is Gerwin Price, but he is 5 apiece now with Keegan Brown. He's been trailing for this entire match. Not the best start from either. 54 Keegan, 60 Gerwin Price, 79 from Keegan Brown. And there is the 2-ton visit from Gerwin Price. A 140 puts him in the ascendancy in the decider.
Who is Adrian Lewis playing? He has got Damien Mole coming next on board 5, I think. Somewhere around there. Again, God, we touched on it. And is there a Premier League headache? Johnny Clayton only averaging 89 in his 4 apiece now with Tony Martinez.
Maybe he thinks it's a final because he's been superb in every other game but the finals at the Premier League so far. And his average just drops.
So I'm liking this new camera angle. I keep wanting to say loop, but it's not loop anymore because it's Matchroom Live. That one where it's looking directly from behind the player. I like that angle on the stream. Big fan of that.
Indeed. First to finish, Price, by the way, leaves 103. Keegan Brown responds to a 127 to leave 58. And the 103 from Gerwin Price does not go. 58 then for Keegan Brown to defeat yet another Premier League player in round 1. And it goes in 3. Gerwin Price, the world number 1, is out. And now a victory today for Peter Wright will see him take the mantle of world number 1. And Phil, he has turned it around against Devon Peterson. He was behind early on. He now leads 5-4.
He has, yes. Not a lot in the averages in this one, but the world champion is just doing enough. But Devon Peterson has the darts here to send us to a noble. Peter Wright would have the darts in that noble as well. But I will keep you up to date. I've got this one open. And Peterson has gone 60, 121, 140 to leave 180 after 9. Peter Wright, how will he respond? Not very well is the answer. Advantage Peterson, and it looks as if we are going to go to that noble leg.
We're not going to a decider in the Damon Heta Josh Rock match. Damon Heta, his last few victories on the Pro Tour feel like 6-0s all day. He's almost become a little bit of a specialist at it, but he gets over the line 6-4 in this one. And his setup play, every time I glance down at that part of my screen, was superb. From the low 300s to the mid 200s, 2 treble visit, 3 treble visit, set up the finish, take it out. Superb from Damon Heta. He finishes 177 and then 50 in 2. So the heat is through to the next round. 6 of 13 on the doubles for him. Just the 180, but enough for him to get over the line 99 match average. Johnny Clayton is 1 away from defeat.
Peter Wright is in a noble with Devon Peterson, but the world champion starts with a 140 in this leg. Peterson a ton. Wright only a 60. Is the door ajar? But it needs to be a 2 treble visit from the African Warrior. He's fluffed his lines. Only 42. I said he needed 2 trebles. Didn't find one. So it is advantage Wright. And he bangs a 140 in. Start the car. This one's almost done.
Also, I'm not sure if I called this one, but Luke Humphreys is out. He loses 6-4 to Mario van den Bogard. That opens up that board nicely. Neil Zonneveld against Andrew Gilden next. Dave Chisnall, Jermaine Watamena, who I think qualified for both Euro Tours last night, and Nathan Rafferty and Roby John Rodriguez are the remaining players on board 4.
Yeah. The world champion has left 32 after 12. Is this the end of the road for Peterson? Yes, it is. The world champion is through, but encouraging signs for Devon Peterson fans.
It does seem to just be that element of the things that he told us before the World Championships, etc., that he was working on that were getting better, definitely seem to be on their way for Devon Peterson right now.
It is, but I just worry that they can break down again at any moment.
It's just something he's going to have to work on, isn't it? He's a player that embraces coaching more than most.
His throw is like Jack Wiltshire's ankles. Sam, yes, I've got the streams on. If Max Hop plays on one, we will let you know what we think.
He's on board 9 with Peter Wright. Kim Hybrex is there as well. So that's another contender for round number 2, I think. Potentially. Yeah. We've looked at that. We've looked at board... What else do we like? We like the look of board 3, potentially. Van Gerwen, O'Connor, Barney or Disvan, and possibly Brian Roman or Darren Webster. And we liked 15 for round 2 as well. We got a decider in the Clayton Martinez game, and Clayton wants 64 for it. Martinez sat on tops, and it doesn't go for Johnny Clayton. An average of 89 for the ferret. Martinez averaging 87. He's got 3 in hand at double 20 to beat the week 2 Premier League winner. And it does go in 2 darts. Johnny Clayton is out. It is a catastrophe for the Premier League players so far, apart from Michael Van Gerwen, who wasn't his impressive best that he was in round 1 of the Premier League earlier this week, or round 2.
Anyone would think Wales are playing rugby today.
How cynical, Mr. Bars. Into a decider, by the way, Dirk van Dijvenbode against Jason Lowe, both averaging mid-90s, 94 each. Dirk has the dart. Jason has the darts. 97 for him, 134 Dirk, 97 J-Lo, 121 Dirk. That's a 61 point lead for Van Dijvenbode against the darts. On stream board 1, Gert de Vos against Matt Campbell. I'm quite looking forward to this one.
I'm just looking if Matt's playing with his new darts.
Don't get him in trouble. Oh, wait, 180 first. Jamie Clark takes a 2-0 lead over Mickey Manser, averaging 104.
Tidy.
That must be a 15 and a 14.
Yeah.
Oh, what a response that is from Jason Lowe. He's got 97, 97, 125 to leave 182 and fires in a 150. Dirk's gone 134, 121 ton to leave 146. He's first to have finished, but if it doesn't go, he might not get another look at it. 98 score from Dirk, leaves 48. Jason Lowe, 3 in hand at double 16 to beat the Ober Genius.
Brock says, what's for lunch today, Phil? Nothing. I've got a couple of penguin bars lying around, but actual proper food, not a lot. God, on the Blade 6 boards, obviously when these were designed and made, they weren't the PDC board. Now, as a player, the numbering in that gunmetal grey I really like as a player. But for TV, does it need to go back to white? Because it doesn't stand out. If you're a casual fan, personally, I like the gunmetal grey. But I'm just thinking for TV, would it be better white?
I think so. I think it just needs to stand out just that little bit more. But then I guess we get very close to copyright and that sort of thing. Once again, we've seen enough issues with that between the manufacturers in the last few months. Let's not get drawn into any more. Jason Lowe did wrap up victory against Dirk van Dijvenbode, by the way. 32 goes in 2 darts. So he beats Dirk 6-5.
Dan says Campbell throwing a different dart as well. Yeah, you put on his Facebook he'd switched manufacturers. Was with Galaxy. I can't remember who he's gone to now. But he is one apiece with Gert de Vos on the stream. Louis Williams 2-0 up on Jason Heaver. Should be quite decent. Ryan Meikle, love him to bits, but if we just speed him up a little bit. But he's 2-1 up.
Ratajski out, Philip. Not good start here for the Polish Eagle.
And not good signs on board 11. Mike Keimerhoven is 4-0 up on Glendurrant. Does it for the seniors?
See, there were signs yesterday that Dozer was looking all right, but this is just an 80 average from him. Kevin Doots leads Ross Montgomery 2-1, averaging 108. So Ross Montgomery's 88. So averages mean nothing. Well, there should be 3-1, though it's Doots in perfect break position. Luke Woodhouse 3-2 up on Martin Lukeman. Willie O'Connor 2-1 up on Christoph Kachuk, but the man can't count. He leaves 1-6-6. Neil Zonneveld, Andrew Gilding 1 apiece. Jamie Clark 3-1 up on Mickey Mansell. Waiting on Jamie Hughes to get going. Alan Suter loses the opener to Danny Janssen in 15 darts.
Nico says, PB, do you think
11?
PB, do you think Unicorn as a business is coming to the end of their association with the professional level darts? Look, they'll always be in and around the pro level. They'll sponsor players, but the fact they've given that board deal up, that's now done. There's no way back for that now. But they'll always sponsor players. Was it Gary signed a 5-year deal? Was it Gob, something like that?
I think so.
So yeah, they'll be around in that respect. Afternoon, Paddy. Brock says, "Hi guys. If a player got caught kicking a cat, would they get banned from the tour? Unless it was in a venue where darts was on, I don't think they could be, because I'm not pretty sure there's nothing in the DRA code that says kicking a cat gets you banned. I'm not sure that one's been covered in the DRA rulebook, has it, Gob?
I think it depends who's in charge at that point, doesn't it? I think there's the back door of bringing the game into disrepute via social media.
It's been interesting this week, though, isn't it? With the cat.
I'm not sure I want to get involved in this.
I'm just saying it's been interesting.
Yes.
Look, let's be fair. Football clubs are businesses at the end of the day. Unless the FA told West Ham...
a full-time job are not about to sack me. It's only because of the position that we've elevated footballers into. Their job is to win games of football. It's very, very similar with David Goodwillie at the minute. Once you've been accused of something and served your punishment, what we're then effectively saying is we don't trust our justice system to reform people, and they're not allowed into this position.
Yeah. Look,
I 100% think what he did was abhorrent and do not agree with it at all. But at the same time, there has to be some sort of, what's the point in a legal system if then we're going to take umbrage with players who their job, what they're very, very good at, is playing games of football.
Yeah. Look, West Ham are a business, and if Kurt Zuma gets them in the Champions League, that's worth hundreds of millions of pounds to them. They are not going to leave him out.
No.
And that's the way it is.
It's far better footballer than the level of West Ham. They're trying to better themselves. You cannot go sacking a man that is worth too much to your club as it is. They're going to try everything they can to keep it. Whether that's the right approach or not.
Yeah,
that's
look,
morally
right.
correct.
Yeah,
a person, a pet, an animal lover, whatever.
Yeah, unless the FA banned him, West Ham are always going to pick him.
Yes. Ben says, can Peter Wright become world number one today? He can. Gerwyn Price had to be beaten before the semi-final stage. He is out in round one. Peter Wright must win the tournament. It wasn't his most impressive display, but he did get through the first round against Devon Peterson. And at the minute, Phil, It looks like he might play Bradley Brooks as the youngster is 2-1 up now on Max Hop. Updates. Kevin Dukes 5-1 up on Ross Martin. Still averaging 105 and opens leg 7 with a maximum. Martin Lukeman from behind against Luke Woodhouse now leads 5-3. Willie O'Connor 3-2 up on Christoph Kachuk. Andrew Gildings turned it around against Neil Zonnevel. Both of those players are averaging over 100, but it's 3-2 to Goldfinger. Jamie Clark 4-2 up on Mickey Mansell. Stuart Wilkinson's taken the first leg against Jamie Hughes. Alan Suter's just hit back to level at 2 apiece against Danny Jansen, averaging 101. And Gert de Vos on the streaming board finds himself 3-2 behind to Matt Campbell.
He does. Also, we've got a bagel served, and it was by Gordon Mathers beating Richie Burnett 6-3. I'm sorry, 6-0. 6-3. Look at another game here at the same time. 6-0. Also, Mike Kyvenhoven, a double bagel. Glenn Durham beating 6-0 as well.
Lukeman gets over the line against Luke Woodhouse. 6-3 victory for him. And after qualifying for both Euro Tours last night, it's been a good weekend so far for the Lukeman clan.
It has. Dan says, question, do you think MVG will get to world number 1 again? Not for at least 18 months. But do I think he will? Yes, at some point.
No.
I think he will.
I've turned around twice to see this football game and it's been cleared off the line at either end. And it's only 8 minutes in.
Who's playing?
United Southampton. I don't want to jinx it, but I've currently got our conversation open, Twitter, 9 Darknet pages, both Pro Tour streams, YouTube chat, and that streaming in the background. My Wi-Fi is well and truly here to stay.
Doing well.
I should bloody hope so after them buggers sent me a letter the other day saying they're upping it by £4 a month.
£4?
Hunters have to say Edgar playing well on the live league, great finishing. It's been great to have that back for now. Go away.
Yeah, DeVos has turned it around on the stream.
It's back to 3 apiece. Just missed 3 in hand at double 10 though. And Campbell with a chance at 95 goes ball 13, double 16. What a finish that is from the Ginger Ninja. One of the Ginger Ninjas. There are multiple Ginger Ninjas. Kevin Dukes completes an absolute rout of Ross Montgomery. 6-1 victory. 106 average for the young Dutchman. That's a level of performance we haven't seen from him at this level before. We've always known he's capable, seen him on the development tour, seen him in various other events, but that is a superb level of performance from him. He goes 15-11, loses in 14, wins in 14-15, 15-13. Staggering level of consistency.
As well, I don't want to jinx it just yet. But Scotland fans for the World Cup this year, I've got a good feeling you may see the dream team.
You know, it's too early to talk Premier League in November. Don't be doing that to my best event. We're not doing World Cup yet.
I think I because of the way the calendar is, Gary Anderson will already be in the country of Germany.
That one.
That's all I'm saying.
A couple of games warming up. Scott Mitchell against Rusty Jake Rodriguez, and James Wade against Jeff Smith.
An interesting one. Daniel says, what do I think about Boris Johnson? Interesting.
We're not allowed to say that.
The bloke's a clown. However, right now, it's better the devil you know. I know under Boris that we are going back to normal. So I can take him being a clown if we get to live normally for the moment.
The issue is, every time he's been caught doing something wrong, he's opened us up that little bit more. But we're very, very close to the point that next time he does something wrong, he is gone. So he can't even just go, oh, by the way, here's this. Unless the next time he gets caught, I don't know, shagging his secretary, we get another bank holiday. That'd be lovely.
Yeah. So, look, the bloke is a clown, but right now he's the better of the two evils for me.
Yeah. I don't trust the Russian. Jamie Clark, 6-3 up, 6-3 winner over Mickey Mansell. Alan Suter looking like he's heading towards a victory over Danny Jansen, although he has just left 162, but it was with a 180. So I'll let him off for that because he couldn't leave anything else. But, again, the switch to the 59 first start, 2020 single 19, puts you in trouble. 17s would have left him a finish right now, 164. And Danny Jansen has just left 170, so he is first to a finish. Do not switch to the single 19.
Result on the stream, Gob, and it's a big one.
Campbell. My guy. Oh, wait. On that side, I didn't even see that one. Andy Bolton beats Martijn Kleermaker 6-5. And then because it's updated Darknet, I didn't want to spoil for the people at home, but this 60 for Matt Campbell goes in 2 darts, and a Canadian beats Gert de Vos 6-3.
Big fan of Matt Campbell, as we all know. Andrew says, why did Menzies and Jamie Clark play in the Euro Tour qualifier yesterday? I don't know about Jamie, but I think Cameron Menzies still works. And being at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock start, I'm pretty sure he couldn't get the time off work.
I thought I saw something on his social media that suggested he was about to leave his job and move to England.
All right, okay.
Don't hold me to that, though. I'll try and dig it out, but I'm pretty sure he said something about it being his last day. Let me have a quick look.
Would that be to a city that has a lot of roundabouts?
I'd hazard a guess at so.
Have a look now as well.
Yes, February 9th. Well, time to hang up the gloves for this foreseeable. Put the hours in on the board. Thanks to someone. Enjoyed rolling back the years. Now to start new job in England. And then he stood on a plug yesterday. Which is possibly the most cammy thing you'll see on social media.
Yeah.
What? Adil Rashid has just gone unsold in the IPL auction. He's literally the best white ball bowler in the world. Him and Rashid Khan. Jeez.
Brock says, Phil, do you think Peter Wright's points were too long on Thursday? I just think he had one of those days, mate. If you look at Peter Wright across 100 games or somewhere around there, he does have one of them in the locker every now and then, Gob. When he's brilliant, He is absolutely superb, but he does have one of them in the locker every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was just one of them.
I'm just not used to seeing it with those darts, because normally they're the ones that get him out of trouble.
Yeah.
What do we have then? Scott Mitchell takes the opener against Rusty Jake 1-0. That's a 14-dart leg. James Wade, Jeff Smith, one apiece. Don't worry, Phil. Wadey's averaging 115 after 2 legs. He's back. 59, 97, maybe not. Willie O'Connor, one away against Krzysztof Kachuk, unless the Polish man can take out 56 to force a decider.
All I'm saying is Wade was doing something similar on Thursday. I know how that ended up.
Yes, and it does. 5 apiece. O'Connor Kachuk. Willie O'Connor has the darts. Wadey fires in a maximum to leave 165. Again, poor counting. Neil Zonneveld, Andrew Gilden, 5-4 to Goldfinger. Zonneveld with the darts. Now, A.D. Lewis is warming up against Damien Mole on board number 5. Sean Wilkinson leaves Jamie Hughes 4-1 right now. Yoza averaging just 76, Phil. Maybe signs those injuries are back. He looked very, very good at the World Championships at times, but that's not good for Yoza. Suits 5-3 up, wants 147 to take the match against Danny Janssen, but Janssen back on 2-4-1, so he's got at least 6 darts from here. And Stephen Bunting against Richie Edhouse is on board 8. They're warming up. That's going to be your next streaming board game.
Also on streaming board 2, warming up, Chin against Baggish. That should be good. Big fan of that. Vincent van der Voort is tuning it up as well on Mike de Decker, the Dutch Bulldozer, as I'm now calling him. Had a great day yesterday on the Euro Tour qualifiers. Can he do it again here? Going back to Yoza. For me, he finds a way to lose games he should win. Always has. Sadly, I think always will. Fabulous player, but just finds a way to lose these games.
Yeah, look, when he won in, was it Hungary he won in?
Yeah.
On the Euro Tour, the hottest Euro Tour in the world, Prague, that was it. We've only been there once. Look, what he's capable of, we were shown that day. He was more than capable in the BDO, more than capable when he came over and has been on good runs, but he has been hampered by injury a little bit. He did just win the last leg, though. Someone else that won the last leg was a result for... Where's it gone? Alan Suter. He beat Danny Janssen 6-3, checked out 47. Willie O'Connor has just won a noble leg in 14 darts with the throw. He beats Krzysztof Kachuk 6-5. And Neil Zonneveld and Andrew Gilden are 5 apiece. And Zonneveld has opened up with a 180 against the darts. So big times for Andrew Gilden, who only opened up 85. James Wade has found another maximum minutes leg. He just left 56 after 12, but it's against the darts, and Jeff Smith wants 50. What a superb leg from the Canadians so far. And that goes in 2 darts. We're level at 2 apiece. 110 average, plays 102 in the Wade Smith derby, Phil. And let's be honest, we didn't see that coming from either player at the minute, did we?
No. Let's be brutally honest. KR3000 says, how's Suits doing? He's just won. So Suits is through to the last 64.
He will play Tony Martinez next because he beat Johnny Clayton. So that board is opening up a little bit. But Mervyn King versus Gert Nenchez, and then John Michael against Boris Kirchmar. Boris was superb last weekend, Phil, from what I heard.
He was absolutely outstanding. First time I've seen Danny Baggish for a while. Just having a look at the throw. Looks okay. But tough one against Chin. Nico says, do you agree with the PDC decision to put Paul Hinks down? No. I still think he is one of the top officials in the country. But look, everything evolves. It wouldn't surprise me over the next 18 months to 2 years if we see a few more changes in the PDC refereeing stakes. Everything evolves.
I really want a split screen of Daryl Gurney's throw. The last couple of visits have been just the board. He missed the ball for a 167, by the way, and Baggish wants tops for a Shanghai. Misses that. Gurney looks like he's got one of the latest releases in the game.
Let's have a look.
Maybe it was just a dart I saw a couple of visits ago. His first dart seemed to have come out of his hand, but like hung in the air, and his hand was so far through the action before the dart caught up. There was quite a bit of lag in there. I'm not sure if it just slipped through his hand or something, but he's always had quite a specific release point, I think, in Daryl Gurney's throw. If it's not exactly where it needs to be, it's quite a struggle. And I think that's the length of his dart. He's got quite a long barrel, throws a decent sized stem as well.
There's not much pullback either. It is the thing. It's very flicky at times because there's no backswing.
And because of that, he's got such a narrow margin for error in his release. Because everything else just sends the dart off balance.
Yeah. Bruce says, hi lads, you're going to change the game on the screen. It should automatically update in a second. We were going to do board 3, but if it doesn't, we'll change it.
Yeah, but board 3 is O'Connor could shook, so that result's over. So we're just waiting on the final. No, 2 more games. Press it now, Philip. You've not got it ready, do you? You've not got it ready, do you?
We know what's coming. Jar, if you're still in the chat room, this one's for you, buddy. The Barney alarm has sounded.
That was not a lot of darts. We were literally talking Daryl Gurney a second ago as he hit the winning double. And next thing you know, it's 2-0, Philip.
Yes.
I think it might have been a 12. Danny Baggish is no slouch, to be fair. Gurney's motoring.
To be fair, there has been signs.
14-12 so far.
That Chin is on the right path. Again.
Yeah, he's won. I look at Daryl Gurney this year the same way that I looked at Rob Cross and Kim Hybrex last year. There have been encouraging signs. The results will start to come, and when they do, he will start climbing back up. I don't think he's slid too far. He's arrested that momentum, if you like, and he's got another crack at it now. He lost a fair bit last year, but I just sense the confidence is coming back. The mentality a little bit as well. He just seems that little bit more determined. He's a player that has always been quite aggressive on the hockey, I think. Not towards his opponent, but he's got quite a forceful throw. And if he loses that a little bit, he's a bit like... Do you remember Gary Anderson a couple of years ago when it was almost like if Gary turns up and knows he's playing a game, then fine. But if Gary turns up and gets angry over something, you're in a world of trouble. Daryl Gurney very much feels like that sort of player that needs that anger, that motivation to get him going.
I like angry Gary Anderson.
Yes. Sean Wilkinson, 5-4 up on Jamie Hughes. Now, Yoz are fighting back, but he did have the advantage of throw in that last one. It was 4 apiece. AD Lewis, 4-0 up on Damian Mole, averaging 95. So that's an improvement from jackpot to what we've seen earlier in the week. Mervyn King is 1-0 up on Gert Nenchez. Stephen Bunton leads Richie Edhouse 2-1 on the other stream. Scott Mitchell's looking all right here, Phil. 3-1 up on Rusty Jake Rodriguez. Low 90s average, but still looking okay.
I'll tell you
James Wade still averaging 101, is 4-2 up on Jeff Smith and wants 62 for a 14-dart leg.
Ross Smith is 2-0 up on Cameron Menzies, averaging 107. Cammy averaging 101, doing nothing wrong.
I need to check something because
what are you checking, Gob?
Oh, it's not that big of a claim. I knew he'd had a good year last year. I was going to say, if he's not there already, Ross Smith is 100% a top 32 player, but he's currently 33rd, so it wouldn't be that big a jump. I'm thinking he might look towards the top 20 by the end of the year.
Yeah, agreed.
I think he had one half-decent Euro Tour 2 years ago, but other than that, I don't recall him defending an awful lot.
No, I'm with
and
you.
if he carries on the way he's in, when he finds that treble bed, he's superb, and he's gaining the experience of being on TV, etc. 35% of his ranking money is defending from 2020, just 50. Well, I say just 50,000 £50,000. He picked up 90 grand last year, which is 63% of his total. So, what's he defending? 15 grand at the World Championships, 10 grand at the Players Championship Finals, 10 grand for Players Championship 19. He does have a Pro Tour to defend. The first round at the World Match Play, first round at the Grand Prix. I think they're both 10 grand. It might be second round, actually. And the European Championship. Although they were 2021s, forgive me, I need 2020s, don't I? Yeah, European Championship, 6 grand. So not an awful load of big chunks coming off for Ross Smith, which is good.
No, absolutely.
Do my eyes deceive me, Phil, or has Missy actually joined our chat room again? Hello, Missy.
Missy's back. Nico, as far as I know, it's not water under the bridge. There is still a little bit of beef.
Updates. James Wade, one away. He has just dropped below the 100 average mark. He's averaging 99, but it is a much-needed performance from the machine so far. Van Barneveld 2-1 up on Jeffrey de Zwaan. That was an 88 average after the first leg, so the last two must have been pretty good.
Yeah.
From
also,
Barney leads 1-1 up 9, but might not get a go at it.
Vincent van der Voort has racked up a victory against Mike de Decker. 6-2. Cameron Menzies is level. Again, both over the ton average in that one. Scotty Mitchell flying on a gobs board. But board 11, Willie Borland is 4-2 up over Mensur Sulovic.
AD Lewis is 5-0 up and has just left 85 after 12, Phil. And I want to take you back a couple of minutes ago. You said, and I quote, Jamie Hughes is the kind of player that finds a way to lose games that he shouldn't. He's just done the complete opposite. He has just come back from behind against Sean Wilkinson to win 6-5, a 12-dart leg in the decider. That was a 76 average through the first couple of legs for Jamie Hughes, but he has picked it up, he has turned it around, and he is into round number 2. Gary
Anderson is warming up as we speak. As well, Jonathan says, thoughts on the changes to the Euro Tour schedule? No real thoughts, mate. Just something that had to be done to get them on. They've not been done for any other reason than just to get them on. And if it means we get 13 Euro Tours, I'm all for it.
Only because you get to go to most of them.
I'm not going to Risa, though.
Not sure many are, to be honest. I think that's just a case of get it on.
Honestly, trying to get to Risa, it's easier to get to America. And quicker, I think.
Indeed. Gert Nenchez levels up with Mervyn King. That one's 2 apiece on board number 7. Stephen Bunting leads Richie Edhouse 4-2. You can catch that on streaming board 1 if you have PDC TV. Chisnall Watermaina 1 apiece. Barney leads de Zwaan 3-2. Still averaging 103 is Raymond. Superb for him. Scotty Mitchell 1 away then against Rusty Jake Rodriguez. Average 5-2 the scoreline in that one. And James Wade ton to open leg number 10 against Jeff Smith. She's been pegged back a little bit, but has effectively stolen the darts he has now as he leads 161 after 9.
Always out. Yeah, there was, because remember when Justin Pike coughed on stage Wayne called him a cheat on live on air. And Justin
That doesn't go down with
to
people very well. That doesn't go down very well with people from history.
Yeah.
I can't hear what's going on BT, but I've just had a glance on Twitter, and the top tweet is Martin Keown's ability to get something wrong every time he opens his mouth is astonishing. So he can't be having a good day so far.
No.
James gets over the line. He wins 6-4 against Jeff Smith.
Big Johnny is in. Is there any good gossip? Is there any good gossip? The only one that's semi-good is that Gary may be playing in the World Cup this year. Because of the way the schedule works, would allow him to be in Germany. But right, where are we? Let's go back to the action. Gary Anderson, just the cool 125 average to win leg one gob. That's a little bit better than Thursday night.
It's a 12 darter to open up for the Flying Scotsman. Look, I tell you what, I know he lost it. But for the last couple of weeks, there have just been signs. He's not 100% back. He's not the contending world number one that he could and should have been. And let's be honest, if he played Euro Tour, he possibly would have been as well at one point. He was the best player on the planet. You might disagree as an MVG fan, but Gary Anderson was the best player on the planet at one time. When all the media outlets are trying to report this big battle rivalry between them, Gary just not interested. But he was. He was the best player on the planet. You don't win back-to-back world titles, everything else he picked up in between without being so. Back injury, lack of focus for the last couple of years, okay. I thought the Gary Anderson we've seen so far this year from the World Championships onwards is the Gary Anderson that I thought we were going to get last year when he had that little bit of a tussle with Wayne Mardle again and saying he's going to stick around, he's going to prove everybody wrong, etc. This is the Gary I expected then, and it never seemed to materialise last year, but he's putting in the effort. We've definitely heard about a couple of practice sessions with Ryan So ahead of the Masters, etc. Back in the Premier League, so he's playing every week, plus Pro Tours are back far more consistently than they were when they were Super Series to just get through last year, which truncated an awful lot of the calendar into a specific part of the year. So, yeah, look, I'm excited about what we might get from Gary Anderson this year because a fully firing Gary Anderson, it just adds that little extra dimension to the mix at the top of the game, especially at the moment where Van Gerwen's struggling an awful lot. Gerwin Price, current world number one, etc., struggling a little bit, I think. We haven't really seen him win an awful lot in the last 6 months that you'd expect from somebody that was picking up titles as regularly as Gerwin Price was. You've got Peter Wright, but again, there are always going to be frailties in his game. Johnny Clayton possibly in that contention with Peter Wright as the best player in the world right now as well. And then you start looking outside of that. James Wade struggling a little bit. Rob Cross wasn't deemed entertaining enough to be in the Premier League. We thought Michael Smith would kick on from a world final loss, yet we're yet to see him win a game since, I think. Did he lose first round at the Masters?
No,
Did he win at the
Masters?
But it's still not been the... Michael Smith almost looked like the finished article at the Ali Pali this year. He looked superb. There was a composure about him. His scoring was superb. That's disappeared a little bit. Dimitri Vandenberg isn't quite the same player at the moment that he was 2 years ago. Jose de Souza. There is definitely a gap at the top of the game right now for a fully fit, competitive Gary Anderson. And anybody that says differently is just a little bit scared of what he'll do to their favourite player.
Mensur Sulovic has spun this one around. 1-3 on the spin, and he's now 4 up on Willie Borland. Borland led 4-2. But the gentle giant has spun it around. Gary Anderson's had a mare. His average has dropped, Gob. It's only 120 now.
What does that mean? 12 and 14, maybe? 12 and 13? 12 and 13.
Dropped again. Bring that up, average 107. I tell you what.
Oh, that one's below 100.
Tell me Chris Dobie's playing without telling me Chris Dobie's playing. I'll go first.
He's averaging 106 and his opponent's averaging 104, and they both got about 1,180s between them.
Steve Beaton's 2-0 up, averaging 91 to said players 96.
Just a bit Dobie, isn't it? Just a bit Dobie. Raymond van Barneveld is 40 points away from completing a first-round win over Jeffrey de Zwaan. Potential reminder for that one to meet in a board final with Michael van Gerwen. And Van Barneveld does progress, so he will take on the winner of Darren Webster and Brian Raman. Should he win that one and Van Gerwen overcomes Willie O'Connor, we will see the two Dutch legends collide in the board final. Scott Mitchell wrapped up victory over Rusty Jake Rodriguez 6-3. James Wade also won 6-4. Dave Chisnall, Jermaine Watermainer. For two players that are very, very quick, Phil, this one seems to be going on an awful lot of time. It's 4-2 now to Chisnall, who's just won the sixth leg. Two players at the opposite end of the scale, Van Peer and Meulenkamp, they're in the first leg on board 5. Dobie now 3-0 behind. Mervyn King 4-3 up on Gert Nenchez. And on the streaming board, Stephen Bunting just wrapped up a 6-3 victory over Richie Edhouse.
Interesting as well, Simon Whitlock is next on the stream.
Yes. Wonder if he's got two sets of darts with different points in.
Chris Dobie, averaging 107, is losing 3-1.
It was averaging mid-90 at 3-0, so that must have been a ridiculous leg. I'll double-check that one in a second. A couple in the chat room. Colin says, quick question, are you guys covering the WSDT Seniors Opens? We're not entirely sure what the coverage plans are, but I will be there. I flip between both now. Online Darts is my home, but I help them with the Twitter. I'm at all their events and that sort of thing. So anytime there is a World Seniors event, I will very likely be on site for the foreseeable, and then we'll go from there. Jono says, let's make up some gossip. Thornton lied about his age and is actually 49. Let's not do that one. Let's say, do you know what staggers me, by the way? There's been an awful lot of conversation about Wayne Mardle and not being old enough to play in the event. I'm not sure how many on Twitter were genuinely serious towards the end and how many were just jumping on the joke. Colin Lloyd is 3 months older than Wayne Mardle, and not a single person has asked Lloydie when he's ready to play.
Yeah.
And I reminded Wayne that via the World Seniors Twitter recently, and he didn't like it.
Cameron Menzies has beaten Ross Smith. Good game, this one. Both high 90s averages, but it is Cammy who goes through. I'm excited by Menzies on tour, I'm not going to lie. I'm genuinely excited.
He just beat Ross Smith.
Yeah. Jay says, hasn't Anna recently said in interviews that the team one should get the chance to defend their title? Do you think he would step aside and that Hendo back in? Yes, he has said that. However, that won't be his decision. It will be a PDC decision, and even if Gary were to step aside, I'm not sure Henderson gets the nod. Are you, Gob?
I think the event is another one in a very, very long list where money talks for the PDC over anything else. We've seen teams miss out that have Pro Tour players because another country is more commercially viable to them, etc. I think what would make it's not ideal if you're a John Henderson fan, but if John Henderson was to fall below another Scot in the world rankings, it would make that decision a lot easier because the next person in, should Gary pull out, would be
he already has
somebody else. Now, At that point, you just
Sue
say,
was
no.
I think Sue was above him. Yeah, Alan Sue was already above him.
So at that point, the decision is made a lot easier because even if he was to step aside, by current rules, I'm not sure if it's actually written down anywhere, Alan Suter would be in that World Cup team. And at that point, you're not stepping aside for the other team. So.
That's a very good question. And I'm going to ask it to Gob now. I'm going to get the table up. Is Ryan Searle
no one is safe. No one is safe.
To be fair, we can't even ask that question this year because Ryan Searle's currently in the top 16 in the world. That won't even be a thing.
Well, he can be caught in that, but I was just double checking going the other way where he would sit in the Order of Merit, but he's currently second on the Pro Tour Order of Merit as well. So, yes, Ryan Searle will play at the World Match Play this year unless he gets ill or injured or both.
Whoa, Gob's gone early. Last year, we couldn't get an answer out of him until the very end. This year, he's gone in February.
Get an answer. And let's be honest, the number that everybody kept asking me, is he safe on, wouldn't have been safe. I was right.
Speaking of Big Johnny, he is 2-0 up though.
We have a battle for the ugliest looking dart against possibly the worst looking throw on stream board number 1.
Just looking
now. Not quite sure what barrel Simon Whitlock is throwing with, but it looks like he has the Condor Axe green Illuminous solid flights.
That's definitely a different barrel to what I've seen.
Yes.
And
on the stream board, we have Steve Lennon against Kevin Burnett, a man who probably saw more stream darting action than anybody else in the field last year.
What are those darts that Whitlock are throwing? Can I get to a double? I need a close up of this. This looks like another butchered monstrosity.
Looks like he's making his own again now. Angle grinding them. Gert Nenches, by the way, has beaten Mervyn King 6-4. That's a terrible run for Mervyn King at the minute. I'm not sure I recall the last time he picked up a victory. John Henderson does lead 2-0 against Steve West. Both of those players are struggling a little bit at the minute. Jim Williams 2-0 up on Adam Gowlas. 100 average for the Welshman at the minute. Brian Roman takes the opener against Darren Webster, but is up against it here in leg number 2. Waiting to go on board 4 is Nathan Rafferty and Roby John Rodriguez. Barry Van Peer leads Ron Meulenkamp 2-1. Steve Beaton 5-2 up on Chris Dobie. At least he's not winning the average battle in this one. Beaton has upped it a gear now. He's averaging 101 to Dobie's 96. John Michael and Boris Kirchmar are warming up on board number 7. Looking forward to seeing Kirchmar after last weekend's run. And obviously Whitlock versus Clayton. Simon Whitlock has just won the first leg in what looked like a combination of his signature darts, a little bit straighter, still got the groove, the scallop where they were, and a little bit more aggressive grip. Almost something like Stephen Bunting Gen 2s. Yeah, when they developed all that weird grip. Steve Beaton has beaten Chris Dobie 6-2. It's 103 average for the Bronze Adonis. One of many players in the field that would be eligible for the World Seniors. I've lost track how many of this field are over 50, but there are quite a few of them, Phil.
Teresa says, the length of Whitlock's darts has given me major anxiety. They are long.
Yeah. I have the stem and flight combination that he has downstairs, but in pink. I can't get on with them. They're solid. They make a horrible noise when they hit each other in the air. Because there are a lot of players edging towards it now. None of the top players have made that move yet, but I expect molded flights to start becoming the regular in the next few years. They're just that much more aerodynamic, technically. A little bit more solid, a little bit more durable. You don't get darts flying into them, splitting them.
And he Wright's used them.
Yeah, but he always throws weird shaped ones. He throws them little jagged diamond ones almost. It's not long before an L style or a Cosmo style flight breaks through, I think. I think the issue is that the manufacturers that make those traditionally aren't your big mainstream ones. So the ones that have got the most players signed, Windmill, Red Dragon, Unicorn, Target, don't have, apart Target did have the 8 flight, sorry, but the rest of them don't really have a molded flight because they're so, I guess there's copyright rules and that sort of thing. Cosmo and L-Style base a large part of their business off of their flight design.
Yeah.
So to come up with something similar, but that doesn't hit the percentage of copyright that you'd need or etc. infringing would be quite difficult for some of these, even with some of the most talented designers in the world.
Yeah.
How many legs in are we? We're into the third leg. Whilst it's not chopping it up completely in the middle of that 20 segment, there are just signs that it's certainly more visible in the black segments that Simon Whitlock has been playing on this board, perhaps. Just start seeing the splatterings. There's a couple of marks in the 18 segment.
But nowhere near as what it was with the Eclipse.
Yeah. Jack says, who does Gary play next? He plays Vincent van der Voort. I wonder if any board is... Doesn't look like we're going to get that board on the stream because Cullen versus Mathers is already warming up. That would be a decent... Oh, no, we just had 15. We had 15 on the stream. No. We were eyeing it up. Cullen, Mathers and Vincent van der Voort. Gary are your round 64 matches on board 15. John Henderson wants 41 for a 4-2 lead over Steve West. Jim Williams wants 160 for a 4-1 lead over Adam Gowlas, and he gets it. The Welshman with a 160 checkout. Boris Kurtzmar wins the opener, averaging 84, Phil. Not quite the levels that we saw from him recently.
No, it's not. Remember, if you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like. Can we get to 100 likes before 1:30? Can we? Yeah, Brian, Peter Wright is still in. Have a good weekend, Missy. We'll be back tomorrow as well.
Thought I was getting it then. I just go quiet. I think that's the issue now. Ron Moulenkamp just gone back to back. The score's 89 to lead 52.
Steve Lennon on stream board number 2 is 3-1 up on Kevin Burness, averaging 105. This is the Shamrock from a few years ago. It'll always be the Shamrock. I'm not buying into this Scuba Steve malarkey.
Scuba Steve is terrible. Terrible. John Henderson had just left 41 after 9 for the second leg in a row.
Go on, Big John.
So this time he leaves 20. Brian Roman, 3-2 up on Darren Webster, averaging 76.
Kevin Burness, Dan, throws It's a target dart, but I can't remember which one. It's a target, like a catalogue one. It's not a player one, but it's definitely a target dart. Jonathan, it's not ridiculous. That's the Times. Sporty Stuff TV are the broadcaster. They took the broadcast contract, and it can't start until after their Greyhound coverage is finished. Contractually, there has to be 10 games, so that's the time it is. The players all know, the players like it, and the players get paid well for playing. End of.
And if it starts any earlier, it's going to clash with something every single week, and that's not the point of it. Got the Premier League, any major that's on.
Yeah.
It's never been designed as a competitor to darts already exists. It's there as a before or an after.
I'm going to try and find the target darts Kevin Burness throws.
Are they the Bolide? Bollide?
Just looking there. I think it is, Gob, yeah.
Can we reveal the lineup for next week? Ooh. Should we say tomorrow? Because it has to be posted tomorrow because they need at least a day, don't they?
Yeah, it'll be out tonight, won't it?
It'll be out tonight. Well, we could go early then. Mace has probably mentioned it on commentary at some point.
Just getting my spreadsheet up.
I think there's one or two biggies this week from memory.
Yeah.
I will run you through some current scores across all the boards then while Phil does some digging. Board 1, John Henderson 5-3 up on Steve West. Board 2, Adam Gowlash has taken his second leg against Jim Williams, but the Welshman is now throwing for the match. Board 3, Brian Roman, Darren Webster 3 apiece. Board 4, Nathan Rafferty has the early advantage over Roby John Rodriguez 2-1. On board 5, Barry Vampire 1 away against Ron Meulenkamp. Run the bomb though with the darts and looking well ahead in this leg. Board 6, Madders Rasmer has taken the opener against David Evans. Board 7, Boris Kirchmar now 3-1 up on John Michael with the lower average by about 10 points as well. And on board 8, Simon Whitlock 4-2 up on Brett Clayton. I may have just spoiled the stream. Apologies for that one. Board 9, Steve Haggerty nils, Ted Everts nil. They've just got underway. Board 10, Adam Hunt 4-2 behind to Keen Barry. Phil, Adam Hunt won the qualifiers for the Euro Tour earlier yesterday. Scott Waits is 4-2 behind to Scott Williams on board 11. On 12, Martin Schindler is 5-2 up on Jimi Hendrix. 13, Ricardo Petretsko, the German. He's 3-2 up on Nick Fulwell. On 15, the only last 64 game underway at the minute. That board is absolutely flying because they've had results of 6-2, 6-0, 6-2 and 6-3. Joe Cullen and Gordon Mathers are 1 apiece. And on board 16, the other streaming game at the minute, Steve Lennon has just taken out 170 to go 5-2 up on Kevin Burness.
Yes. Laura is in, said the kids are joining us, even though John's out. Always a pleasure to have you on board. Big John says, did you see Edward Lowe's interview? Cringe. Yeah, basically just reading off a script that the PR company gave him to the answers for. So this or next week, Martin Adams, Kevin Painter, Mike Warburton, Robert Owen, Jason Hogg, Gary Robson is Group A.
Oh, big Robbo!
Added to
Love
that,
to be in that practice room.
Sean Griffiths, Paul Hogan, Scott Williams, Diogo Portela, Graham Usher, and Daryl Pilgrim.
Ooh. I like that. Keep your eyes on Daryl Pilgrim. I refereed a county game of his a couple of weeks back. Very, very solid indeed. I wonder, Phil, as well, after last weekend and knowing what's coming up, how many of the seniors legends might be knocking on the door for the crack at the live league and some match practice?
Well, yeah.
I did speak to the Howsons, and I think Richie would be keen on a go if offered.
It'll be interesting to see if a certain man from Stoke.
Yes. And there must be an opportunity to keep Mr. Part in the country 1 week after a Sky event, surely. Surely. The man went to Q school for practice.
The issue is...
He's then got to
if
get him
he
back in
stays
the country for finals.
And Sky then nab him for the Premier League, which does him in if he stays.
No, I'm thinking match play once the Premier League's done.
Possibly. It's a good game on board too. Dimitri against Louis Williams. Liking that.
On streaming board 2. Ooh, does that mean we've got board 16? No, we have board 14. So that one's warming up on there already, which means we will also get Jose Justicia versus the winner of Ricardo Petrezco and Nick Fulwell.
Decent.
Have we missed any results so far? Shouldn't know with a victory over Jimi Hendrix. Ryan Joyce is out there. We lost 6-5 to Lee Evans. Gabriel Clemens is out to Jose Justicia.
Wow. Wow.
Men's
that
fallen 6-5.
Where's that Steve West comeback come from?
I don't know. I wasn't watching it. But geez, he's just beaten John Henderson 6-5. Jim McEwen is about to take on his second Polish opponent of the day already. He beat Krzysztof Ratajski in round 1. He's now got Radek Stagansky in round 2. Cameron Menzies and Keane Barry also waiting on board 10. That'll be a nice one to hold back.
Yeah.
Although I have a feeling we may get board number 9 as the opposite streaming board, Phil. Steve Haggerty is currently 2-1 up on Ted Evans. But you've got Peter Wright versus Max Hopp and then Kim Hybrex versus the winner of the game currently on. That would be a nice little PDC streaming board, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a fair chance.
Board does look a little bit worse for wear, but it's over now. Simon Whitlock wins 6-3 against Brett Clayton. The Wizard moves into round 2. David Evans just got his first leg on the board against MODUS Razma. Both of those boys averaging 80. Roby John 5-2 behind to Nathan Rafferty. Darren Webster, Brian Roman 5 apiece. Bill 79, place 78. Not the best from either of those, but Roman has just opened up with a maximum. Callum Ridds, Martin Lukeman are both underway. I say both underway. They're playing each other. Of course they are. They've both left 33. Ridds from 72, Lukeman from 120. 130, sorry. Moolenkamp, Van Peer. Moolenkamp wants 60 after 15. Van Peer sat on 108.
I was excited to see Rafferty once he got his card, and he's living up to it, God. This is a good performance on board 4.
Yeah, he's always been a player that's had that ability. We've heard from Matt Ward enough times about how highly he rates him as part of his stable. But yeah, look, this is a solid performance against Roby John, who... Do you think we did the usual last year? We saw just how impressive Roby John and Rusty Jake were without tour cards.
Possibly,
and in doing so, hype it just that little bit. There it is as well, by the way, Phil. I called it. Next up on board 1, streaming board 1, Peter Wright against Max Hops. We will see here those two. We'll see Kim Hybrex. And we will see the winner of Steve Haggerty and Ted Evett as well, which also means you've got both streaming boards.
I've always been kind of worried that Roby John's throw is a little bit clunky. It's a little bit forced under pressure. I think Rusty's throw is genuinely really, really nice. But Roby's has always worried me a little bit under pressure, that it's a little bit snatchy. The shoulder comes into play at times.
If I could take Rusty Jake's throw, but have the darts sit in the board the way they do for Roby John, I'd be very, very happy.
Yeah, no, agreed.
Rusty Jake is a little bit on the Keen Barry side, isn't he?
Yeah. Big Johnny, we're going to have a look at Hop's throw in a minute once the stream starts. We'll also get to see what Peter Wright's throwing, which will be interesting.
Brian Roman beats Darren Webster 6-5, by the way.
Yep. Andrew says, what is it about Dobie that causes opponents to raise their average by 5-10 points against him? Just constant bad luck? Or look, I think one Dobie plays at a nice pace as well. So I think most opponents will love playing Chris Dobie for that reason. And he's just a good player, so people know they have to play well.
Overthinking, it's just a nice.
Yeah.
There's no antics. There's none of that. He's just a terrific dart player that plays at a very, very medium pace. Lovely.
What board are we going for next, Gob? On the feature games?
I feel like it needs to be one of mine now.
This was one of
Board
yours.
4?
This was board 3.
Yeah, but you've got both streaming now. And it was split before.
What do you want, board?
Board 4, I think. Mario van den Bogard against Neil Zonneveld, and then Dave Chisnall against Nathan Rafferty.
Cool.
Actually,
Once it goes live.
No, let's go 5. Let's go 5. Because Joe Mernon averaged 107 in the first round. He's got Jamie Clark. And then let's have a look at A.D. Lewis as well against Ron Moolenkamp.
Our pleasure as always, Andrew.
Daniel, you spoiler. I hope you're spoiling anyway. Got to square it. I scored anyway. Yes, then, Jay. I've just seen it go in, which tells you how I'm watching this game, by the way, because it's not on Sky Go. Man, as Rasmus won away against Dave Evans, 5-2 up now. Is the Latvian. It's a great finish. Definitely should have squared it, but that's a great finish. Boris Kirchmar beats John Michaels 6-4.
Not a classic.
Definitely not. Not what we saw from him last week. I think that's because I'm here. Standard. That's how this seems to happen. Callum Ridge levels up with Martin Lukeman.
Connor Scott averaging 107.
I didn't know he'd won his first game, Phil. Did you forget to tell everybody about that one?
This is his first game.
Oh, okay, I'll let you off. Well, you know.
Nice to see you paying attention.
Well, it's not my board. I was just checking you were. I hadn't heard his name yet. You know.
Jack Main has just beaten Boris Koltsov 6-5. Again, scrappy in the averages. But it is Jack Main who is through in a noble. Radek Sagansky is 2-0 up on Jim McEwen.
Quite impressive.
That's a tiny little battle, that is. I like that. Damon Hetter against Matt Campbell. That could be good.
Ooh. Hello.
Come on, Streamboards. Someone press the button. Or not too early like last week.
One definitely won't start yet because the other game's still going. They've got it prepped, but Everts v Haggerty is still 4-3. Board 14 should start very, very shortly. Petretsko beats Nick Fulwell 6-3, so that game is ready to go. Warming up is Tony Martinez and Alan Suter, as is Mario van den Bogard and Niels Sonneveld, and Joe Mernon against Jamie Clark.
Martin Lukeman doing some damage on board too, Gob.
3-2 up on Callum Ridge. That was 2-0. Peg back to 2 apiece. But he's looking good here. David Evans back to 5-3 against Madders Rasmus. Open up 40-ton against the throw. Rasmus 1-2-1-11. So advantage Evans in leg 9. Rasmus finds a 1-3-3, but at least a ton here from Evans means he's first to a finish. A 140 would be lovely because a 1-2-1 is far more manageable. So Mernon leaves 1-6-8.
Just going to tee that one up.
Oh, why was he shot from there?
There we go. That is now up and running. What else have we got? Andy Bolton 2-1 up on George Killington. Not much between them in the averages there. Jules Van Dongen is on a bit of a comeback. Connor Scott was 3-0. It's back to 3-2.
Much needed as well to arrest that little bit of a slide. What else do we have going on? Mario van den Bogard and Neil Zonneveld. They've just got underway in Mario's first 3 darts as a maximum. Rasma wraps up a win against David Evans, 6-3 in that one. And I fear, Phil, unless David Evans starts picking up some results, he could be in a bit of trouble this year.
I agree.
Currently 88th.
Look, we all know David Evans can play. It may be a bit like Nathan Aspinall. May need that first couple of years on tour, adjust, find out, get used to it, win your card, and then come back stronger.
Yes. Currently has just £6,000 on his ranking event. Ranking money.
Jules Van Dongen has won 3 on the spin, and it is level at 3 apiece with Colin Scott on board 12. Again, chat room, which games are you enjoying right now?
Are you ready for this, Phil? Oh, no, he didn't do it. Alan Suter was about to get some criticism.
Oh.
59, 140. Fortunately for him, scores 92. Doesn't leave a finish anyway, but.
Is there a bit of ferret counting going on?
Momentum of his what? Oh, that was in Gibraltar. Okay. Luke Littler has won the first JDC Advanced Tour 1 today. He beats Leighton Bennett in the final, unsurprisingly. Both players averaging about 83, but it's Luke that wins 6-5.
They are the two
I was literally having
standouts.
a conversation before we went live, Phil. I genuinely think Luke's going to take a little bit of stopping at the lakeside, you know.
Yeah?
Because he's just got no fear.
No scar tissue.
Mm.
12 data for MBG to kick off.
Do we need a new poll, Phil? Because that one seems pretty comprehensive. 421 of you have voted and 83% of you say you're enjoying the Premier League format so far. Let's re-ask that in a couple of weeks' time, shall we? Lukeman still ahead of Callum Ridds, but Ridds has left 50 after 12 darts.
Do we need a new poll, Phil? Because that one seems pretty.
I hate it to do that.
Just a thing, Gob. You said that the stream board can't start. Why can't it? Because just because that game's going on, they can start the next one.
It's not something we've ever seen it happen before. Oh, this is going to do it again.
One seems pretty.
Andrew says, "Is Luke better than Leighton these days?"
Yeah.
Results-wise, you'd say
think so.
yes. I still think I don't think there's a lot between them when they play well, but I think Luke is riding on a crest of a wave right now, and confidence-wise, I just think he feels unbeatable at the moment.
I also think he's been kept out of the limelight a little bit. When Leighton Bennett first came on the scene, hitting the 9 darter at a competition he did, etc., 6 weeks later, he's doing an exhibition with Phil Taylor at the Tower of London. I think there was very much a case of having it all very, very young, or to that extent. I know there's a lot of attention on Leighton Bennett. Luke Littler is 18 months younger, I think. playing very, very similar level darts, winning, but I think he's being managed just that little bit more conservatively, just allowing him to go on and do what he wants to do, etc. And I think everyone else is understanding that perhaps we are pushing a lot of youngsters very, very young. I've said my piece before on how young manufacturers are picking up players to their teams and providing them with equipment and sponsorship and that sort of thing. And I'm not 100% sure that's the right thing to be doing. Granted, Target and Windmill have their almost like development side of it as well. So they have somebody there as a mentor for the players, etc. But I still think it's going to be incredibly difficult should a 14-year-old that's in that program turn around and say, I don't want to play darts anymore, for that mentor to turn around and go, you're young enough, go do what you want to do.
Yeah, that's to say that
I still think there'll be a conversation where they try and turn them around and say, no, you're really good at this, keep it up, see how you feel in a few weeks' time, etc. I just think kids should have that little bit more, freedom.
I didn't like it when football team or football academies used to hoover up kids when, let's be fair, the chance of making it were very, very low in relation to the number of positions available in these academies and everything like that. And like you say, there are manufacturers now just hoovering up kids hoping that they've got the next big one, or they've hoovered up the next big one when they break through. With Target and Windmill, like you say, I like the idea of they're not signed players as in they're a Target player, we're going to give them everything. They're part of, with Target, it's the Elite One, with Windmill, it's Team 360, that they are part of this mentoring scheme to bring them through and improve them. It's just like the fact that they all have the same shirt, the Windmill 360 shirt. I actually love that blue one, that they all wear the same one, that they're not given their own shirt and say that you're a player. You're branded in almost like a school uniform to say, look, you're part of this team, which I don't mind that. I'm not keen on hoovering them up as players that they sign.
Yeah, I agree. I think on that conversation, obviously, Crystal Palace earlier in the week made a big favourable move. They are the first professional club to have a aftercare service for players released from their academy.
It's Matt Campbell just hit a $9. Whilst we're talking about
I don't know, because I should have had board 8 open, but for some reason it was sat waiting for Peter Wright to join, even though I was waiting for it to automatically pick up. I hope not, because then I'll have missed it, and then I'll be fuming. I thought Hector won the last leg. I thought it was 3-2.
Looks like he did, Cobb.
For God's sake.
I'm just glad it wasn't on my board.
Good spot, me. Playing the technology.
Oh, here we go. Peter Wright, Max Hop. Let's have a look at this. Peter Wright using the same dart from the Premier League. That's a surprise.
Don't care now.
Oh, what dart is Max Hop throwing? I'm not sure what's going on with Max here. I don't like the equipment. And 2, I don't like the throw. It's all one action, and for me, it comes. But the backswing is very long under his chin now. He's throwing like an extended torpedo dart instead of a because he used to throw straight barrel. Now it's like an extended torpedo.
Yes. I never quite liked the pumping action they had anyway. I think you get tighten up a little bit. So not sure I like this, but the first part of Van Gogh Barneveld quarterfinal is very young.
MVG's flying here.
What on earth?
Jonathan, every player has a different deal with the manufacturer. It's hard to put a number on it because everyone's different. It's a bit like footballers that have contracts with sports manufacturers, like for their boots. They're all going to be different, Glob, aren't they?
Yes. Tell you what else is going to be different. Every Riley's you go into in the country, because it's not looking good for Norwich right now.
Why?
It appears that some of the boards don't have ockies, so they're currently throwing behind a snooker table rest.
Okay. Is there a picture on Twitter?
I'm not
by
sure
any
this
chance?
Yes. Norwich was always one of the better clubs. It's been well managed for the last few years. Unless it's changed.
MVG 12-12, 16-14, 16. That's not bad, Gob.
Yeah, he's one away. He's not going to do that in this one because he needs 203 after 12. O'Connor wants 66, so he might drop a leg here.
I'm going to have a look for this picture now.
Alan Suter 3-1 up on Tony Martinez. Keegan Brown 5-4 behind Kevin Dukes. Kevin Dukes averaged 107 in his first match. He's averaging just 84 in this one, but he is still one away. James Wade, Jim Williams warming up on board number 2. Van Gogh does lose that leg. He's now 5-1 up against Willie O'Connor. The Magpie has the darts in leg number 7. Mario van den Bogard, 16 points away from a 4-1 lead on Neil Zonneveld, who has found himself in the madhouse. Joe Mernon, 4-3 up on Jamie Clark. Jason Lowe, 2-0 up on Jamie Hughes. Once again, after 2 legs, Phil, Jamie Hughes is averaging 76. Alan Suter, 4-1 up on Tony Martinez. And Damon Hatter wants 80 points to put Matt Campbell away. Now the Canadian wants to save it.
Just seen the pool cue. That's not a good look. Is it?
No.
Andrew says, I'm probably the only one that likes Hop's new action in darts. But for me, the backswing's just a little bit long. It's a big year for Max Hop. Oh, interesting result on board 11. Heavy Metal's gone. Ryan Sell beaten 6-3 by Mike Covenhoven. Gary Anderson is
not in the match play.
With Vincent van der Voort. Gary was brilliant in his opener. Bit dog and duck here.
O'Connor held his throw in the last leg, Phil. 5-2 now against Van Gerwen. Green Machine has the darts in leg 8. Are we seeing the start of a comeback? Just a 58 from Van Gerwen. Door slightly ajar.
I'm not panicking.
Campbell did survive, by the way. 5-4 now.
Not panicking.
Joe Mernon 5-4 up on Jamie Clark. Oh, there's a 177 from Van Gerwen to leave 170. I think he'll be okay, Phil.
Did you think?
Yes. Change. I actually prefer Max Hopp's throw to now than how it was.
I like the continuous action. Like I said, like Andrew says about the backswing, I just don't like the fact it's coming all the way. It's almost he's bringing it back until his arm completely shuts and then it shoots forward.
He's all, the 170 went from Van Gerwen, by the way. 12 dart leg, 177, 170 for the match.
Oh, Michael Van Gerwen.
Damon Hector beats Matt Campbell 6-4. Don't want to say serves you right for making me miss your 9, but unlucky Matt. See you tomorrow. I blame Dart Connect, actually, because that should have just automatically loaded that screen and it didn't.
That sounds like a you problem. George Killington's good run continues. Defeats Andy Bolton in an oval 6-5. Gary Anderson averaging 89 is 4-3 up on Vincent van der Voort.
Deciding leg, Joe Mernon, Jamie Clark. Scott Mitchell, Steve West warming up on board 1. James Wade just lost the opener to Jim Williams. Mario left 163. 201 and he scored 38. That's 20, treble 5, treble 1. Ooh, E.
Or has he gone downstairs, gone 19-19 bounce out?
Don't know why you start that now, but yeah. Laura says, Maisie shouting, come on, Baldy, a.k.a. Alan Suter. We didn't say that.
Big fan of that.
I think that applies to half the Pro Tour as well, but yeah, we'll say that's Alan Suter.
Oh, what a bullseye that is from Max Hopp. The 83 goes, and he's 3-1 up on Snakebite.
Maisie, you're going to be able to shout that for a little bit longer. Alan Suter has just won 6-1 against Tony Martinez. So he is into the last 32, where he will play either Gert Nenchez or Boris Kirchmar. Neil Sonneveld leads Mario van den Bogard 4-3. Scott Mitchell, Steve West are underway. Waiting on Stephen Brunson against Simon Whitlock as well.
Sam says about MVG's counting. Yeah, look, the foreign guys, the European guys, have calculators for brains. That their counting is unreal, Gob, compared to most UK players.
I think it's getting better. Younger players are certainly getting better. There's just still a very traditional sense about the way some Brits play darts, and that's just score as much as you can and get there. There's no real thought about the setup play. It's 20 score you the most and 19 score you the second most. So that's where I'm going to go. But it got a little bit detrimental to MVG around the early when his decline first started. I think he was a little bit bored with just going 20s, 19s, 17s, etc. as and when he needed. So he started trying to think about setting the leg up almost too far out and trying to produce a 12 dart leg or a 15 dart leg in a specific way to try and keep himself entertained. And I think it backfired a little bit.
Oh, 100%. He got bored.
Yeah,
100%. He got bored. Tugboat, welcome along. Vladimir says Max Hop changed his throw. Yep.
what a line.
Don't include the Salzer in the counting. No, we won't.
Two separate phases. 6 Man United players have just been off. That's a great defensive line.
So, yeah. Love that, Andrew. MVG is on a collision course with Barney.
Play it!
Speaking of said Dutchman, again, Jar, this one's for you. The Barney alarm has sounded.
Takes on Brian Rahman. Trouble for James Wade, 3-0 behind now to Jim Williams. He is being broken once within those 3 legs. Has to hold his throw here to get back into the game. Dimitri Vandenberg wants the bullseye for 170 and misses the ball. But Louis Williams wants exactly the same target. We've already seen who took one of these. Van Gogh took this out for the match. It's not going to go from either player, though. Boo. Peter right, Phil. 8-8 for a 136. Oh, he's missed that as well. Someone do something that I see.
With the new Jennings sponsorship deal, as well as a few dart players gone, tell me you know something without telling me you know something. Let's put a picture up and go first.
What?
The new Jennings picture that was put up of the new sponsored players.
Yes.
That picture. Tell me something's going to happen without telling me something's going to happen. I'll go first. Put the dots together. Put this photo up. Don't worry. I can't say it without telling you. But
I hadn't seen the photo, that was all.
I'll message you.
I'm not sure, you know. Use the streaming chat, because I sent you a message on there, but I don't think you saw it.
No.
Peter Wright does not need to go back to the fat darts. Dan, behave. Wade gets a leg on the board. Woo! I get you.
You get me, yeah?
Yeah.
Steve West. Where has this been?
Simply 160. Oh, he hasn't done it as well, has he? Have I just missed another one? Because I don't think the first leg was that impressive. Henderson out. Philip, tell us.
Vincent van der Voort has won the last 2 legs to beat Gary Anderson. Ando led 5-4, but he's out. Only a 90 average from Anderson.
15, a 13, and a 12 from Steve West. It's an 11. 15, 13, 11 from Steve West.
Barney edging towards that collision course with MVG.
2-0, 8-8 for 3-0. Jim Williams wants 8-8 for 4-1 against James Wade. Nathan Rafferty, Dave Chisnall are underway. We're just waiting on AD Lewis against Ron the Bomb Moulenkamp as well. Jason Lowe is 4-3 up on Jamie Hughes. Once again, Hughes is up put 16 points on his average after the first 2 legs. Can't afford to keep starting slow. Gert Nenchez takes opener against Boris Kirchmar. Stephen Bunton leads Simon Whitlock 2-0, averaging 104, but that is about to fall.
Cameron Menzies 2-1 up on Keane Barry. Jules says, which round is this? Look, they're all second round, last 64s at the moment.
To lead Simon Whitlock 2-0.
Doing that.
But it's interesting. Go on, mate.
Do we think the prospect of becoming world number 1 is getting a little bit difficult for Mr. Wright to get over the line?
Maybe, because he's gone on about it so much. And he'll know, obviously, that Gezi is out. So...
He will indeed. Barney again wants to play this time for a 4-0 lead. Oh, he's gone inside on both. Go on.
It is only a matter of time until Peter Wright is world number 1.
Yeah.
But
I just think it might be a case of when... I'm not sure it happens in event. I think there's a sense of achievement if you do something that means you overtake somebody. But I have a feeling it's just going to be a week where money drops off and he automatically goes there.
Yeah, where Gezi's defending an absolute chunk at one tournament, Wright's not, and they leapfrog.
James Wade, Jim Williams now 3 apiece. And Louis Williams is fighting back against Dimitri van den Berg. He leaves a ton after 9 darts. Then he's mismatched darts, I believe. Still waiting on AD Lewis against Moulenkamp to start. It's taking a while, that one.
Just looking.
And Chisnall Rafferty. Am I missing something?
So, God, if it doesn't happen here, you're probably looking, or if it doesn't happen at the Pro Tours, you're looking at Price is defending 40 bags at the UK Open, where Peter Wright is only defending 7.5. There's your one.
Yeah.
Unless Price goes and wins it, or gets to the final, there's your switch over. Peter Wright defending 7.5 grand, Price defending 40 at the UK Open.
Jonathan says there's a Euro Tour win at the end of Feb for Price as well.
Yeah, there you go then. So I was just looking at the major ones, but yeah. Big moments here.
Peter Wright around against up then. 5-4.
He checked out 135 in the last one to hold.
It's lovely as well. Ball, treble, 15 tops. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Pop starts with a maximum. Steve West has fired in another maximum. He's still averaging 101. He's 4-1 up on Scott Mitchell. James Wade, Phil, from 3-0 behind, is 4-3 up on Jim Williams, averaging 97. The machine is back in business. Barney 4-1 up against Brian Roman. He missed darts to win to take it to 5-0 in the previous leg. Nathan Rafferty against Dave Chisnall. It's showing Rafferty's throwing first, but I haven't had any scores through on that one. Maybe it's just starting. AD Lewis, Ron Moulenkamp as well, still waiting on that one. Jason Lowe is about to be 5-4 with Jamie Hughes. Dimitri Vandenberg has just missed bullseye for a second attempt at 170 in this match. Missed it on the ball earlier. And now Louis Williams wants 25 for the match. I believe he was 5-2 behind in this one, Phil, on the stream.
Yes.
I'm not going to say that line, but he's left 25.
Big 9.
I saw a YouTuber that wasn't into darts use it earlier, and I was like, that video is going to get edited.
Oh, can we have that?
Missed it though.
I tell you what, I've just seen the 2 darts Louis Williams has thrown at double 8. How the second dart has not gone in, I have no idea.
No, but he's got 3 more because Dimmy goes inside.
When the first one's that close, and the second one goes behind it and not gone in, it's like unreal.
Jamie says, so could Wright effectively not play and get number 1 and just rely on price, not defending money? Yeah, because if you look at the Pro Tour race, which is effectively what they're at end of season after money drops off, going price is about £500,000 behind Peter Wright. So that's what he's losing for this entire year and picking up at the end of the year. So come the end of the World Championships, 2022-23, if neither player throws a dart again between now and then, Peter Wright will be £500,000 ahead of going price. So that's how much price has to make up before the World Championships next year, or the end of the World Championships.
Year, Garen Price is defending £798,000, which is 66% of all his ranking money.
Is indeed. Steve West 1 away. James Wade always making a mess of this one. Not the best scorer in there. Jim Williams wants 38 to level up. This is a leg that Wadey started. This would get us back level. Best of 3 with Williams darts. Jamie Hughes has just sent us to a noble with Chase and Low. How on earth has yours have done this? He was averaging 75 after 2 legs. He's now averaging 94 and is going all the way. And he has the darts in leg number 11. Gert Nenchez finds himself 3-2 behind to Boris Kirchmar, who has just broken through. Big Bad Boris is averaging just under 100 right now. Bunting Whitlock is 3 apiece. Chisnall wins the opener against Nathan Rafferty. And Raymond van Barneveld has set up that clash with Michael van Gerwen.
Drama.
And I think board number 5 might be broken.
Drama in the Hop game. So Max Hop had 81, fluffed his lines, did not get a dart at a double, not even a dart at the ball. Peter Wright has then missed 2 darts to win the match. He's come inside the 18s and then gone outside on the 9. The one at double 9 was a horrific dart. Max Hop, second chance, and does not pass it up. First dart in hand, and he is right in the middle of tops. The Maximizer beats the world champion.
Phil, there's a few gremlins in Dart Connect today. Lewis Muhlenkamp is underway, and it's 1 apiece. You might just have to close that one and reload it. The same issue I had on board 8, jumping to board 9 earlier, just by letting that run. It looks like it's not quite flowing how it should. Dave Chisnall 2-0 up on Nathan Rafferty, now averaging 104. Barney won 6-1 against Raman. Steve West wins 6-1 against Scott Mitchell. He takes out 112 for a 15-dart leg to wrap that one up. First couple of legs from today from Steve West were not that great. Since then, he has been superb. I don't quite know how he beat John Henderson, but other than that, it's looking pretty good.
That's the first time, I'm not going to lie, it's the first time I've seen Ricardo Petresco, and he looks about 12 years old.
Yes, that was my next question. I was like, who is Jose Justicia playing against? Because see, when we do Q School, we don't get to put a face to these names unless they win something and it goes on the PDC article.
Yeah.
Kim
So,
Heinbrecht
Peter
and
Wright
Steve
will not
Haggerty are next up on the stream
be
board.
world number 1 today.
Jamie Hughes
That
won
shit.
again. 6-5 winner for Yozza. 13 dart leg to get over the line. He goes 134, 140, 137, 58 to leave 32. J-Lo had gone ton, 130 to leave 71 and does not get a look at it. Stephen Bunting won away against Simon Whitlock, averaging 102. Something clicked with Kirchmar, very impressed last week or so. He was Gavin, but he was a little bit disappointing in round 1. That being said, he's 81 points away from a 5-2 lead over Gert Nenchez. This leg, he's gone ton 80, ton 40, and he leaves 6. Ew.
Keane Barry
Wade
has leveled it up.
tops when he returns, Phil.
We're going to a noble between Menzies and Barry. These are both quick. This won't take long.
We're not going to a noble on board 2. James Wade has got 3 in hand at 40, with Williams sat on 1-2-2, and the machine does win. He will now take on Martin Lukeman in the board final. 2 very much needed victories for James Wade back-to-back today so far.
Menzies started well and is putting an absolute duddon and let Keane Barry back into this noble leg. Menzies is fluffing his lines. What's Menzies got?
I think, Phil, we should keep an eye on board 3. Because if it shows signs it's warming up, it means it will not be streamed. And at that point, we should probably set it to the feature game. I don't think anybody would be too disappointed if we took AD Lewis and Ron Muhlenkamp off to watch MVG versus Barney. If it stays not warming up for the foreseeable, I have a feeling it might go on after Justicia versus Petretsko.
Cameron Menzies has missed 2 match darts and is punished by Keane Barry. The fact it's not warming up yet suggests to me that it's going to be on stream board 2.
Possibly, but it might depend on the marker. We haven't got anybody warming up on 1, but due to be West finished before Barney, Lukeman Wade's not warming up yet either. So let's give him a few minutes. Just keep an eye on it. Barry Keane is through. Cameron Menzies is gone. Stephen Bunting has wrapped up a 6-3 victory over Simon Whitlock and will take on Damon Hetter in the board final. Really like the look of that board today.
Yeah. Justicia is 2-0 up. So I'm excited by Jose Justicia. He can play.
He's one of them that had his first crack at it, didn't really make the most of it, I feel. And has since then gone away, come back, and now he's got that clean slate to just go again. Ooh. One, 2, 3, warming up. 4-1, Dave Chisnall. 3-2, Ron Muhlenkamp. AD Lewis not averaging 90 at the minute.
Yeah.
Steve
Maybe a new winner today.
But he's just left 106 after 12.
Yeah, there could be a new winner. But also, looking at this field, if you're MVG right now, no price, no right.
Yeah, was a 16, so top 4 would be a semi-final. So he's got to get through Barney, but then he's likely got Zonneveld or Chisnall, and then Lukeman, Wade, Dutz, or Steve West for a semi-final.
If he gets past Barney, you'd fancy it. Scott Williams making noise again this week. Yeah, look, Scott Williams is a very capable player. Very, very capable. My only criticism is that I call him a modern player where he scores like a train, but he's got the capability to miss a truckload of doubles as well. But when he's on, absolutely fantastic.
I feel like you were just describing Kim Hybrex, that I'm currently watching on Streamboard 1. I only have 3 games live at the minute.
Yeah.
Lewis,
Jonathan Worsley
scrap.
just beating Eddie Lovely 6-3, 93 average from the Welshman. Jack Main and Lee Evans. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Jack Main's 2-0 up, but it is an absolute bag of spanners. Well, I'll be tidy on board 12. Connor Scott, Martin Schindler.
Dan, my only criticism is his pants are too short with yellow socks. Yeah, look, Scott's fashion sense is it's not on my street. I'll put it that way.
He practices with Rob Cross quite a lot at the moment.
There's Man United fans leaving before the final whistle. Bless them. Chisnall beats Nathan Rafferty 6-1. It's 104 average for the Yellow Peril, as he was formerly known. What a nickname that was back in the day, by the way. He is a potential opponent of Michael Van Gogh before the semi-final stage, Phil. Is he one to keep an eye out?
Look, if Chizzy gets it right, we all know he can score like an absolute trooper. However, at the Masters, in that final, his throw completely... It didn't break down. It literally obliterated itself. The gearbox dropped out. The engine blew up. It looked... And that is my worry with Chizzy all the time. That the throw just breaks down. What's my favourite size of spanner? I like an adjustable spanner myself. Man for all occasions.
Like these polo shirts. That'd be awesome if our merch was ready to go by now.
Adrian Lewis is in a spot of bother. He's going to have to break the Moulenkamp throw at some point. But looking unlikely at the moment.
He's got to hold here
Again,
first.
Chris Dobie must be sat back in his hotel room thinking, why me? Steve Beaton averages, 104 in round 1? No, he's averaging 85.
2-1 up, though.
Tell me you played Chris Dobie without telling me you played Chris Dobie.
The old Phil Taylor curse is now the Chris Dobie curse. Drags your average up and then you implode next game.
These are all last 64 games, Seb. There's a couple of last 32s warming up. This is where it gets interesting now. We've broke the back. You know, when you get to the last 32, Gob, it's good.
Yes.
Adrian Lewis is in a world of trouble. What is going on in this Jack Main game? It's still leg 4. Jack Main's now averaging 68. So it's 2-all. This is horrific.
I'm going to put my neck on the line, Phil. The semi-finals will be MVG versus Damon Hetta and Kim Hybrex versus Daryl Gurney. From here.
And who wins?
I'm not giving you that. I'm just telling you the semi-finals. You can be nice. I'll be nice. If I tell everybody the winner, nobody will want to watch, will they?
Sam says, what have I missed? What a result for Max Hop. 9 data from Matt Campbell. Don't worry, God missed it as well.
You want to do all day on your own tomorrow, Philip? Be nice, then.
Andrew says MVG, DeSalza, Cullen, Hetta are the only 4 seeds to the top 16 seeds to make it through first 2 rounds. Jules says, do you guys play yourself? Play in loose terms for me. I used to be half decent, but now I just have an occasional chuck. Gob's all right.
I'll just rehearse it. Well, seniors event, you know.
See, that Laura says that's a boring prediction. Got to throw a wild card in there. Darts never goes to plan. More of these last 32 games are warming up, Gob, and the more that board 3 doesn't appear, we know where that's going, don't we?
I think so. Yeah, West Oates, Wade Lukeman. Yes. Suits Kirchmar. Win for Ron Moolenkamp. Lewis's campaign at the minute has not been the best. 2022 as he loses once again, this time 6-3 to Ron the Bomb.
Oh, there you go. Just announced. MVG Barney will be stream board 1. Vandervoort Cullen will be on stream board 2.
I rate that.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Dukes West is underway. Tretzker misses double 11 for a 1-2-4. what would have been a breaker throw, and Justicia fires in double 5 for the 4-3 lead. The only games I have live at the minute: Steve West, Kevin Dukes, and Steve Beaton, Matters Rasma, and it's still an 89 average for Steve Beaton, and it's 3 apiece. Heta Bunting about to get underway. Every other game from that top half of the draw now, Phil, apart from Chisnall Zonneveld, is now showing as warming up.
Dum 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 dum. Right, which one would you like as the feature game, Gob?
Oh, what one that isn't on the stream? Suter Kirchmar? Or would you like one in your half of the draw?
I don't mind, mate. It's your show. You can pick.
Schindler Connor Scott, please. Board number 12. It's currently 1-0 to the German.
There we go. Can someone tell, with the greatest of respect, these 2 games on the streaming board now, can you 4 hurry up, please? Because the next set of streaming board games are absolutely mint.
They've not been bad games, to be fair, I don't think. Justicia Prochatzko's been a decent little battle back and forward.
I'm not saying they've not been good, but they're not.
Yeah.
That's interesting, God. But with that wide angle before, they might have been there before. But with that angle we've got looking back over the player on the stream board tonight, they've got lights on the floor pointing up, man. They never used to be there, did they?
I don't know. I'm not sure if we just had a side on camera before. I think there's always been something there.
That's what I said. I don't know. I've never noticed them before. That's all. Stephen says, who do you boys fancy in the Lively final tonight? Good question.
Somebody that may have fallen asleep before it concluded last night. Who's in the final, Phil?
The final tonight, the 6 players are Simon Stevenson, Matthew Edgar, Thibaut Tricol, Scott Baker, Nick Kenny, and Mike Gillett.
I'm going Continental. Thibaut. Martin Lukeman wins the opening leg against James Wade in 14 darts. Kevin Dukes 15 darts against Steve West. Board 3 still waiting. Board 4 still waiting. Board 5 still waiting on Myrna Muhlenkamp. Board 6, Rasma 4-3 up on Steve Beaton. Has the darts here in leg number 8. Suter Kirchmar getting going. And Bunting Heta 0-0 in that one so far.
Liam is in the chat room. Liam will be joining us on the stream for the first part of the show tomorrow. Yeah, this Lee Evans Jack Main game feels like it's been going on for 3 weeks.
Bunting takes the opener against Heta.
been quite impressed with Ricardo Petrescu. He's digging in. Justicia's got all the eye-catching moments, but Petrescu's just doing enough. Quietly impressed.
I think, from what I've seen, it certainly feels like there's been more pressure on the Justicia holds than there has been on the Petrescu holds. He's looked like he's been pretty comfortable on his own throw and is getting close, but not quite manufacturing that chance against Justicia throw far more often than Justicia is putting him under pressure on his own throw.
Kim Hybrex is 1 away.
Well, that's a spoiler. He's still on 3-4-4 on the stream. Does this go in 6 starts, Philip? Does this go in 6 starts?
Maybe.
No, he scored a 140.
Jules Martin Lukeman won his card at last year's Q School with some very impressive displays. We didn't know a lot about him, but he was impressive last year, God.
Definitely. But a few good performances last year as well. I think he's settled into the tour now. He's in all 3 of the first Euro Tours this year of 13. Qualified for the number 1 that would have been number 3 last year, and then both last night. Belvedere says Mrs. Lukeman's son. Yeah, and they might even be in the chat room. They have been before.
Yep. Weekly Dartscast, no, but as soon as we are done on the stream here, I am straight off to the studio, so I will try and get a picture, if he hasn't put one out already, and get it on social media.
Dave Chisnall, Neil Sonneveld is underway. Damon Hatter just leveled up against Stephen Bunting. Alan Suter, Boris Kirchmar are underway as well. They're in the opening leg. Rasma beat Steve Beaton 6-3. Still waiting on Joe Mernon against Ron Moulenkamp. And Jamie Hughes against Madas Rasma next. As well as that clash on board 3. Michael van Gerwen against Raymond van Barneveld. I'm not sure the last time those two met. Would it have been Barney's final Premier League campaign?
Did they meet on the Pro Tour last year at all?
I don't know. You've got access to Jacko's site. You know, might tell us.
I'll have a look in a sec, yeah. But on the stream, board 2, we are going to an oval. Ricardo Petrescu has levelled it up with Justicia. It's 5 apiece.
James Wade is level with Martin Lukeman through 4 legs, Phil. He's averaging 104. Certainly starting games better than he has been for the last few weeks. Can he keep it up?
Last year in November.
I don't remember yesterday, so I apologise.
To be fair, both Barney and MVG are being made to wait a long time here, Gob. Who does that suit more?
Yeah. Barney, I think. MVG was just starting to look pretty solid.
PDC mixing around the commentary teams as well this year. Nice to see Webby involved.
Yes, and I've heard potentially a couple more will be joining the team. Rob Malarkey was there last week.
I know of one more that is joining the team, but I don't know if it's common knowledge, so I won't say it yet.
I think we were privy to the same discussion last week.
Yeah. Keane Barrel, Barry Keane, averaging 103. He's 2-0 up on Jim McEwen. And Kim Hyrex is over the line. Get yourself ready, strap yourself in, because the Dutch Derby will be coming very, very soon on Streaming Board One, Gob.
Yes. Don't tell them to get ready. You get ready with that button, Philip.
Oh, I'm ready. It's teed up.
Why is Chelsea Arsenal postponed?
Chelsea are in the World Club Championships, aren't they?
Oh, of course.
Oh, as well, Arsenal fans moaning in the week. All right, this isn't me being a Spurs fan, by the way. It was actually a fantastic bit of refereeing from Michael Oliver, and he got it absolutely bang on.
Ish. Both offences are bookable, but the ball was dead when the first one was made. So technically should have stopped the game for it.
Oh no, because he jumps in front of him
Once
as
he
the
allows
throw-in's taken.
Once he allows that ball into play and then plays an advantage from it, 100% the right decision. Justicia wins the decider 6-5. I'm not sure there was a single breaker throw in that match.
No, it was good. Solid. And we get a big celebration from Justicia. I genuinely think it was a fantastic bit of refereeing from Michael Oliver.
Yeah, once the ball's in play, 100%. Both are bookable. Who was kicking off? Keown, of course he was.
Yeah.
Anyway, Alan Suter's 2-1 up on Boris Kirchmar. Damon Hatter, Stephen Bunting, 2 apiece now. Zonnevel, Dave Chisnall, 1 apiece. Martin Lukeman, James Wade, 3 each. Kevin Dukes leads Steve West 3-2.
Good game.
Daniel Yola,
4 apiece. Laura is loving it in the chat room as always. Big John going on a European tour as well. The cork flags flying high. Oh, the banners come up the top of the stream. Third round, Michael Van Gogh versus Raymond Van Barneveld.
Press it.
It is warming up.
Press it.
On the stream.
Press it.
Press it.
Press it. Ooh.
The alarm has sounded.
That might have just been for Boris Kirchmar's 12-dart leg. Superb from him.
Darren Gurney is 3-1 up on George Killington. Chin playing some really, really good stuff.
Steve West has gone back-to-back. Shame he opened the leg with a score of 10, hit something else and won it in 15, though.
Martin Lukeman in front again. Against the 17 seed.
Joe Murden and Rob Rulenkamp have been sat around for a long, long time, but they're finally about to get going.
Yeah.
Jamie Hughes, Matt Rasma can't be far off either. They've been sat down an awful long time.
Jonathan, that's a good question. Do I think Barney will make the match play? He's not a million miles away. He's only $4,000 off at the moment. And if my memory serves me correctly, the cut-off they've actually done a block of Super Series gob, and is it 4 or 5 before the match play? So there's plenty of opportunity in that last section.
I think that's an issue for him now. I think weekends suits Barney. Oh, has he just... Unless he hit the one first. James Wade, 180, 180, 121, 20. A 10-dart leg from the machine. 4 apiece against Martin Lukeman. If I'd missed the 9 then as well, I would have genuinely cried.
Stream
Hector
is
and Bunting
underway.
at 180, 7.
Barney's... I'm not a fan of those darts he uses either.
Back in the middle of the bullseye, though.
Yeah.
Here we go. Hector and Bunting waiting up nicely. Ton 81, 40 to leave 81 for Hector against the dart. But Bunting has gone 180, 134 ton to leave 87. He misses the bullseye for it, so Hector with the opportunity to break and take the lead. Boris Kirchmar just fired in a maximum to open leg number 5. And then back to over 140. Ooh. It's just an ease about Raymond van Barneveld's action nowadays.
They turned both these stream games around quickly. There was no hanging around with these.
And I've gone from having 2 boards active to all 8 being game on at once. Damon Hector 4-3 up on Stephen Bunting. Suits is 3-2 up on Boris Kirchmar, but this very much looks like 3 apiece. Jamie Hughes, Madders Rasmus still warming up, actually, so that one's not gone off just yet as Kirchmar does level up. Joe Mernon takes the opener against Ron Meulenkamp. Dave Chisnall, 3 apiece with Neil Zonneveld. Now, I'm not sure the pace of Zonneveld will be playing into Chisnall's hands too much. Don't want to spoil the first leg on the stream, so I'll come back to that one when the score actually happens, for those of you watching it via that. Lukeman Wade is 4 apiece, 20 for Lukeman remaining after 15, 110 remaining for Wadey after 12. This is right in his wheelhouse, usually, if we've got the full fire in James Wade, and what a time it would be to break through. And Kevin Dukes leads Steve West 4-3. Wadey leaves 15, so I presume he's gone treble 20, single 20, and missed inside on the double 15 as Barney takes the opener fill, 84 on the bullseye.
It does. Hold of throw.
G's Adventures is in. Hello, mate. How are we doing? Remember that players aren't defending any money in April, May, and June. James Wade does get that break. Lukeman slips. Wadey cleans up 15, and he's now throwing for the match. Jason says, any 9 darters? Yes, there was 1, and I missed it. Matt Campbell hit a 9 in defeat to Damon Hector. Great match going on between Hector and Bunting as well. This is one of those you could just sit and watch all day. Both players single dart finishes after 12, but it's Hector who gets the jump on. He's now 5-3 up and 1 away. Alan Suter just fired in a 1-4-4 checkout to lead Boris Kirchmar 4-3. That was just for a holder throw, but much needed. Hughes Rasma is now underway as well, so all 8 of these are underway at the moment. Tyler says, is there a way we can watch these games live? If you have a PDC TV subscription, you can watch one of their 2 streaming boards. If not, then Darts Connect, just follow all of the scores along. That's tv.dartconnect.com.
Or just sit and enjoy it with us.
Or that one. Ooh, dart missed for Barney for a 2-0 lead. And MVG's coming back for tops. Outside, in, last dart in hand, 1 apiece. Have you spoken to Michael, Phil? I thought maybe he was throwing a heavier dart in the Premier League, just by the way it was entering the board.
No, they were the same. Because obviously in our chat, I put in straight away something looked different, but just a figment of the. He said no, they were exactly the same.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Are we putting the
Suits
Dutch
leaves
Derby as a feature game?
No, because it's on PDC TV. James Wade wins. He wins 6-4 against Martin Lukeman. Steve West now 1 away against Kevin Dukes. He's turned that around. Alan Suter leaves 41 after 9. Kurtzmar left 81 after 9 with the darts. He leaves. He goes inside on double 13, and Suits takes it out as well. That's back-to-back legs for Suits. 1-4-4 check out to go 4-3 up, and then a 11 darter to take the lead. Zonovan Chisnall 4 apiece. It's a shame Heta v Bunting is about to finish, because that would be a belter to put up there. But Damon Heta wants 104 to secure victory.
Which one do you want up there then, Gob?
Have you got any that are just starting instead of jumping right into the back end of the game? Because I've got 5-4, 4 each, 3-0, 1-0, 5-3, and 5-4.
4-3, 3 apiece. Barry and McEwen.
Yeah, I could do that. Jose de Souza, Lee Evans are just warming up. Alan Suter's on a mission. Ton 40 to leave 161. Van Gerwen takes the lead against Raymond van Barneveld.
He does.
And he extends it. 1-1-2. Check out for a 15 dart leg. 3-1 to the green machine. Barney only averaging 84 at the minute, Phil. And to answer your question about who the break will suit more, it appears to be suiting Michael more.
Yeah, he's growing into this. I tell you, what a run from Steve West as well. That's a big win for Westley.
13 dart leg to win against Kevin Dukes, 6-4. Found himself behind early on in that one, but has recovered. And that's a board final victory, and he will take on James Wade in the last 16 next. I love this bit, because when I can start closing down some boards, Phil.
Yes. Jules, the seedings are based upon the 1-year rolling Pro Tour Order of Merit.
Neil Zonneveld leads against Dave Chisnall, 5-4. Rainder, it doesn't make sense because some people will be watching along on PDC TV at the same time, and Dart Connect is about 3 visits quicker than what they're seeing on the stream. So if we put MVG Barney up as a featured game, then we're effectively spoiling everybody else watching via PDC TV that just want the results that way. Damon Heta completes the victory against Stephen Bunting, 6-4. Not the signature. Chisnall leaves 50 after 9 darts. Neil Zonneveld wants 140 to wrap up the match, though. He leaves tops. Will he return? Yes, he will. Chisnall misses 3 from 50. And Neil Zonneveld wants double 20 to wrap up the match.
Jules, yeah, he's 25th. That's not the overall Order of Merit. That's the 1-year Pro Tour Order of Merit. But yeah, he's 25th on that.
Jamie Hughes, Phil, has started every match so far very, very slowly. After 2 to 3 legs, he's been averaging 76. He's changed his game plan in this one. 3-0 up, averaging 107.
Tidy.
Yes, very tidy indeed.
Jose De Souza kicks off with a 12-darter to leave Lee Evans 1-0.
Joe Cullen leads Vincent van der Voort 4-1. The rock star, fresh from a Premier League night final. He's well positioned right now for a spot in the last 16.
And that walk-on is fast becoming one of my favourites as well.
Yes. Even when the crowd can sing along.
If this goes...
My friend wants you...
Oh,
128 back
that
there.
one great from MVG. Oh,
yeah, my friend wants you. When the Sun Goes Down by the Arctic Monkeys, which obviously got that massive opening sing-along bit. And he refused to move until the beat dropped, and it was superb.
He refused to move until he said, "You're a, don't you know?"
Yeah. And then as it kicked in a bit, he started to walk, and it was superb. I slated it before he used it. I was like, that's just never going to work, and it did. Fair play.
That is such a good album. It is unreal.
Yes.
Before Alex Turner went all weird.
Yes, he did beat Dave Chisnall. Ryan Parr says, how did Scott go? He won his last game up on the feature game that we had for you. So he's into the last 16. Was that a 32 match?
That was a 64 match.
64. So that one's slightly behind.
I think. Yeah, that was a 64 game.
So he will take on John Worsley in the last 32. The Womble. Not heard his name much today, Phil, but he's beaten Brendan Dolan and Eddie Lovely so far.
Yeah, Barney's put about 6 points on his average at the moment as well. Could be something stirring.
We know how much he loves to beat Michael as well.
And Michael, the throw is just slightly under pressure here.
Well, as Rasma gets a leg on the board against Jamie Hughes, 3-1 now. Joe Merlin, Ron Moulenkamp both leave 40 after 15. The problem is Joe Merlin also left it after 12 and bust. Gives Moulenkamp 3 in hand at tops, but it doesn't go. He leaves 5. Disaster for Ron the Bomb, and he could soon be 5-1 behind to midnight Joe Merlin. He was much better when he scored Shaggy.
Some big moments here, Gob. MVG left 32. Barney was on 96. That's one of those finishes, and especially with Barney, you'd fancy him to get at least a dart at a double and didn't, and paid the price. And flip the coin. Now the Barney throw is under the cosh.
Yes. I'll tell you about it when the stream catches up, though. Let's not.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
That's why I didn't say scores.
As well.
I just said
No
it was
way.
under the cosh.
The challenge. Everton nearly scored after a minute. Leeds are rubbish, aren't they?
Brutal.
Don't say that one, Jordan. Ooh.
Comeback win for Scott Williams, being Mike Kyvenhoven, the man that topped the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, doing bits again. He's into the last 16. Those following on Dark Connect know what has happened. MVG has left 1, 2, 4. Barney does not leave a finish. Which way does he go? 60.
48, double 8.
Have some of that.
12 dart leg to wrap up for Michael Van Gerwen in what was a 98 average. There's still extra levels there for Michael. We've all seen them.
Did you not see his look though? He shook Barney's hand and looked straight at the iPad to see what the average and gave it a look of disgust.
Just the 180 from Michael. That's certainly something that's gone missing from his game. Again, when he was bored and started chopping around and trying to hit 171s and 174s and set up various different legs, his top 180 hitting seems to have gone out the window a little bit. Joe Mernon beats Ron Meulenkamp 6-1. That's wins over Michael Smith, Jamie Clark, and now Ron Meulenkamp on his way to the last 16, where he will play either Jamie Hughes or Madders Rasma. Hughes started brightly this time, Phil. He's been pegged back himself. He was 3-0 up. He's now 3-2, averaging 94. So a little bit of a drop for him.
Yeah. Stephen, yeah, Cammy played, lost in the last 64 in the last leg decider to Keen Barry. Played okay. Also on the charge, the rock star Joe Cullen beats Vincent van der Voort 6-2. So Sally can wait.
Terrible.
We need Liam Gallagher back on tour. Come on, where are you, Liam?
All right, Liam Smith.
That was arguably my favourite ever few days of Q school, because by the end of it, we'd sent Jar round the twist.
Whee.
But Connor Scott averaging a ton. It's 2-0 up on Jonathan Worsley. Says too bad the PDC don't start the season with 4 streaming boards. Great. It's more to do with cost, unfortunately, mate. It's not cheap to set up the streaming boards, software, and everything like that. The cameras are, just for one board, you're talking probably close to 50, 60 grand worth of cameras. Jax, hope Jar doesn't look back in anger. If you look at his Twitter, he's not happy right now.
He's a Man United fan. You see, he left us as well to go and watch that. You knew it was coming. You went to the Irish lose at rugby as well.
Did he go to Old Trafford today?
No, he's at home. Oh, Notts County are winning.
I haven't watched any of the game. I've just had a look at Instagram. There's a hilarious picture of Harry Maguire looking stupid. I'll tag you in it, Gob.
I need to get better at Insta.
Right, back to the darts. Jose de Souza averaging 108. 4-2 up on Lee Evans. Connor Scott moving through the gears. He is 3 up on Jonathan Worsley. Kim Hybrex 3-2 up on Max Hopp. That's our feature game right now. Louis Williams 4-1 up against Jose Justicia. Not a great game, if I'm being honest.
Where do we think the next streamers are going to be, Phil? Getty's already been on there, so it'd be around too early to be able to bring him back on. Although he does play Alan Suter, which would be nice. James Wade, Steve West haven't been on as yet. Van Gowen's just been on, so that rules out him and Neil Zonneveld. Joe Mernon's waiting for the winner of Jamie Hughes Madders Rasma. And then we look at your side. Nothing's been announced yet, which makes me think we might be going bottom half of the draw again. We've already seen Darryl Gurney on there and Joe Cullen. So what would we have to have there? What do we have? 9v10, which would be Scott versus Keane Barry. I'm a bit all over that one.
Yeah.
Sorry, wrong board. 9v10 would be Hybrex versus Barry. It would be Scott Williams versus Connor Scott. Or Jose de Souza against Louis Williams. But we've also already seen Louis Williams on stream.
The fact that MVG's already warming up again, that's going straight back onto an outer board for me. Someone's already pressed go on the iPad.
Yes. Ooh, what's the one up as well? Slow, slowly come away. Nailed that note, by the way.
Smashed it, lad.
Thanks. Who's he tackling? Jeez.
Louis Williams is 1 away now. 5-1 up on Jose Justicia. And Jose de Souza. 5-2 up on Lee Evans. Start the car, stick a fork in Evans. He's done.
Oh my God, Everton have scored a goal. They've done a goal.
Get it now.
Jack says, I think I put Joe Murnell on. They've been raving about him on the streaming boards. Yeah. 5-6. Get the winner, Hughes, Rasma. I think you might be right. Jamie Hughes has put in some decent performances. Still firing in 180s all over the shop. So we have on your side, Phil. Kim Hybrex 4-3 up against Max Hopp. Louis Williams 5-1 up on Jose Justicia. Both sub-90s in that one. Justicia just averaging 76. Another case of if you're the man that he beat previously, you're looking at it going, where was that against me? Ricardo Petrexco. Yeah. Jose Souza, Phil, is averaging 109 till he averages 103. He is 5-2 up. Performance that is. And Jamie Hughes has just missed the bullseye for a 126, but he'll be back for 25 if Madders Rasma cannot take out 110. Doesn't go, only scores 50. Hughes then 3 in hand at 25. to secure a matchup with Joe Mernon. It doesn't go. He leaves 4. Razma a chance at 60 to extend this match. It is Razma's throw, so Hughes would have the darts in leg 10.
But
And it does go.
Leg 4. Louis Williams, 6-1 win over Jose Justicia. Job done. Stream board 2 will be Alan Suter against Damon Hetta.
Well, that might be a bit soon to bring Hetta back on as he started on there, but he will be
that's
back.
Interesting. Joe Cullen back-to-back stream games.
And Darryl Gurney's been on there previously as well. Maybe they're just a little bit concerned about how long players are waiting around.
Yeah.
Very surprising. Very surprising.
But I don't dislike the game. No, Gary and Peter both out. Peter lost to Max Hop. Gary lost to... It was a terrible game. Vincent van der Voort.
That one.
Yeah, I know it wasn't great.
Surprised Steve West James Wade is not warming up yet. Connor Scott. Ooh, still one away. John Worsley gets a leg back. He avoids the whitewash, but Connor Scott still averaging 100 through 6 legs. He needs just one more.
Big visit there from Max Hop. 174 to tee up 32. This would be a break back.
Same situation we've just seen in the Jamie Hughes Manners Razma match.
Yeah. And only goes inside. So here now, Kim Hybrex, 116 to win it. Is he a 19s or a 20 man in this situation?
It's got to be 20s. Oh! I don't know what route he's done it, but Jamie Hughes takes out 142 for the match. Wins 6-4. Razma was sat on 59. Superb from Yoza, who does now take on Joe Mernon in the next round.
There's only one way to go for 142, Gob.
There's 2. There's multiple.
There's only one.
What way do you go?
Treble 17 tops.
Correct. If you put the first in a single 17, what do you do next?
Depends what mood I'm in and what score they're on, because normally I'm annoyed with myself for missing.
25. And then treble 20 to leave tops. It might be peanuts in comparison to major broadcasting television, but it's still a cost for the PDC and the company that streamed
them. Joseph, I possibly couldn't comment officially, but we've had the same conversation and we're in agreement that someone's been in his ear, aren't we, Gob?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, we don't know, but yeah, we strongly think that he's been told to at least look happy on stage.
Yes.
At least look like he's pleased to be there.
I have 2 last 16 games underway. Steve West against James Wade and Michael Van Gerwen against Neil Zonneveld. Oh, I was about to cheer it if it went, even though it was against James Wade. But Steve West's first 2 visits of the match were 180, 180. 93 leaves 48. James Wade is back on 366. If this goes in 2 darts, this could be the biggest disparity you've seen between averages in any match so far. 137 for Steve West, 45 for James Wade. It was not a good 9 darts from James.
No shit.
There's 92 points difference in those averages.
Kim Hybrex wants a ton to win it. It's not been a good leg from It's not been a good leg from either, if I'm being honest. But Hop 41 to send us to an oval, and he's fluffed his lines. Kim Hybrex should get 2 match starts. And it goes. Kim Hybrex beats Max Hop.
First leg advantage. Neil Zonneveld hold a throw, but it was a 15 darter. He leads MVG 1-0. James Wade responding very finely indeed, Phil. Ton, 40, ton, 40, ton. Leaves 21 after 12 darts. But Steve West is back on 163 now. So this should be 1 apiece, and the gap in those averages should close significantly if the 21 goes in the next 3 darts for James Wade. It does indeed, and suddenly there's only 29 points difference between them, not 92. That will narrow. Michael Van Gerwen, 1 apiece. That one is your feature game on our stream. Alan Suter, Damon Heta are underway. That's one of mine. Get that scoreboard up. On streaming board number 2 for you, and Joe Cullen, Darryl Gurney will be on streaming board number 1. Annoyed that's not the other way around. The top half of the draw should be furthest left in terms of first board, stream board, second board, etc. The Worsley comeback is on. It looks to be indeed, Phil. Connor Scott was still averaging 100 when it was 5-1. Now he's averaging 92, and it's 5-3.
It is. And look, Connor Scott has just lost a little bit. I'm going to drop the Rod Stud word. Momentum.
But that doesn't exist. You're not allowed to say that. Ooh, big break from Van Gerwen. Is that 12 or on 11?
12, I think.
He's averaging 111 now, 2-1 up. Is anybody going to stop the green machine today? We would play the winner of board 1 at the minute, which is Steve West against James Wade. Damon Heta takes the first leg.
And very interesting that Joe's gone for his World Championship shirt on the stream. Must have been one of the only ones clean.
James Wade's missed 3 at double 12 and leaves 12. Steve West wants 36 to hold again. And he does for what would have been 16, 17 or 18 dart leg. Not sure. Connor Scott, I'm not sure how he done it, but after being 5-0 up, it sounds like he's fallen over the line a little bit. He does win 6-3.
It was a fall over the line.
Big moments
MVG
again. Zonabel was sat on
today.
top, but Van Gerwen takes out 60. Now leads 3-1. Was that the chance to break back gone already? Oh, Gurney wins the opener against Joe Cullen.
I thought Cullen was going to get a bit of stick in Liverpool this week.
Being a mank.
And walking out to Oasis.
Not sure it's that deep. I think everybody just appreciates Oasis is decent. If you play Oasis in London, people that were massive Blur fans back in the day, I think they appreciate what was. Oh my God, Everton has scored again.
Yeah, the fact he's got a red devil on the back of his shirt as well.
Wade West now 2 apiece.
For his career, I hope Steve West wins this one.
And because he's playing James Wade, don't hide it.
No, that doesn't worry me.
I see straight through you, Bars. I see you.
He just needs something. Yeah, Sam, we know he's Yorkshire, but he's a huge Man United fan.
Someone's got to be. Wee. Jeez.
But Damon Heta, the Aussie, averaging a ton at the moment, absolutely battering the fireman. Alan Suter needs some reinforcements.
He does indeed. He's not looking good. 4 suits at the minute. Sorry, Laura.
Don't worry, if they want to just carry on cheering on the Baldies, there's still a few left.
MVG for 1.
Yeah. Joe Cullen was broke straight back. It's a good little game here between MVG and Nils Zonderveld.
It is 3-2 at the minute. MVG's darts. Zonderveld's got, I'll tell you what, 95 here. Leaves 170 or 171 even better. Leaves 94 after 12. Needs to break back. He did throw first. Currently trails 3-2, so he needs to force that opportunity. What an awesome response this is from Alan Suter, by the way.
Look at the MVG response to the 171.
A response from Steve West, 3-2 up. Zonderveld doesn't take out 94. And Van Gerwen wants 35. The Green Machine final 170. And there we go. The lead, or the difference is back to 2 legs. Alan Suter, by the way, what a response that was. You'll see it on stream very, very shortly.
Where do the Scouts just sit on the Blur Oasis rivalry? I
don't think they care. They've got the Beatles. They just trumpet with the Beatles, don't they?
If I speak. I tell you, Gob, there's some signs here for MVG that even last year, I'm not sure that 35 goes under that pressure. The 170 set up to lead. There's just a few little signs that he's not a million miles away.
There were a few little signs that Voldemort was back before he actually was, before anybody said he's back, Philip. We've seen this numerous times in the last 18 months.
Again, it can't be proved right, it can't be proved wrong. I still think he would have beaten Peter Wright in the semi-finals if he hadn't been with that because of COVID.
We'll never know.
Exactly.
Stephen says he was never a Blur Oasis. He was Radiohead. They are from my hometown. We met at uni in Oxford, but they were from Abingdon.
Bit of tungsten toff.
Piss off. Damon Hector is flying Phillies, averaging 105.
I tell you what, he is. And there's some good games floating around here. This MVG Neil Zonneveld game is an absolute belter. Neil Zonneveld is absolute flying.
Oh, I'm waiting on that one. What have you got in your boards? Gurney Cullen at 2 apiece.
Peace.
And everything else warming up.
Correct. Which is why I'm sort of like just watching MVG. MVG is up the average to 105. And now, Gob, Zonneveld has to win 3 on the spin. He's at the point of no return.
Yeah, I don't see that coming back either, but yeah.
Barry King, Kim Hybrex is underway.
Nothing wrong. It's been a superb performance from Damon Hector so far, but it's not quite clicking for Suits at the minute. Resigned to outside attempts. Oh, me. Is this the moment, by the way, Phil?
Oh,
Wade 3.
Oh, the champagne shot done the right way. Ball 32 for the rock star.
James Wade wants 60 after 9, Phil. Oh, he's left tops after 12 now. But Steve West is back on 240. This would be for a break, and it's just starting to break down a little bit. The averages in this one are not the best we're going to see all day. It's 86, plays 84, despite that early attempt at a 9 darter for Steve West. James Wade, 3.5 tops. And oh my God, that's brutal. 12 dart leg, 136. That's the second time we've seen Michael Van Gerwen hit a 12 darter for the match in 2 matches, and both times he's done it with a ton plus checkout as well. 136 this time to beat Neil Zonneveld against the second Dutchman in a row as well. Van Gerwen looks very, very good right now, averaging 107 in that one. I tipped him for the semi-finals as a minimum, Phil. Remember that? He will play the winner of James Wade or Steve West next.
Who do we want? Feature game. Who are we going for, Gob?
Is Hybrex started yet?
Yeah. Barry Keane has won the first one.
Can we have that one? Any objections, folks?
Barry says, why do you call him Barry Keane? So the story was Matt Ward came on one of our shows last year, and on Dart Connect, it puts the surname first. So it would be like Gurney Darrell, and he kept looking up, and Keane was playing at the time a lot, and he just kept calling. He couldn't get his head round switching it around, so just kept calling him Barry Keane. So we've kind of just run with it and stuck.
Indeed. James Wade has arrived at the party, Phil. 4-3 up after that last leg, and his scoring looks so much better in this one as well. Leg number 8, ton 40, ton 40, ton 40. Leaves 81 after 9. It possibly needs to go, though. Steve West is back on 101. He's gone 140, 135, 125, and will get a go out the 101. James Wade, just 38. Doesn't get a dart out unless he's missed a ball low in the 7, maybe. Be a horrible pull. Steve West leaves double 8. Potentially gone inside on double 16 then. Wadey cleans up 43 for a 5-3 lead. Derek says we've missed one. 3 12-darters to win matches with a 170, a 124, and a 136. Yeah. That is brutal.
MBG is rocking and rolling today. Grab a bottle of water. Left it on the wrong table.
Jamie Hughes had a 180 and a 171 in the opening leg, Phil, but he had 3 visits of not a lot in between, and he finds himself 1-0 behind to Joe Murner. Alan Suter was 5-1 behind, now 5-2 behind, and he's putting together a pretty nice leg here in leg 8. He has the darts, though. He'd need to break in the next one if he gets over the line in this one. Huge response from Damon Hatter.
Yeah.
It's difficult not to talk about Dart Connect when you've got it open on the stream so you can see what's going on. You're like, oh, this is good. And then you're like,
yeah.
Nobody's seen it yet. Nobody's seen it yet.
I tell you, when it's on, the Joe Cullen action is so good to watch.
Oh. When we get to the semi-final stage, folks, advance warning, we will just put both games up as feature games, so they will be ahead of PDC TV. We'll try and avoid it as much as we can throughout the day, but at that point, there'd be no point us being sat here, and obviously some people don't have PDC TV as well, so once we're down to 2 boards, or maybe even 4, depending on how succinctly the quarterfinals get underway, we may talk about ones that are on PDC TV, but for the most part in the day, we will try and avoid it. James Wade is now throwing for the match. Steve West wins the last leg, takes us to leg number 10. And as you're seeing on the stream board right now, Damon Hatter takes out 100 in 2 for an 11-dart leg to win the match. He beats Alan Suter 6-2 with 104 average. Suits put up a great fight to try and make a comeback, but Damon Hatter was just absolutely superb in that one.
He was.
In high breaths. He's in a world of trouble, but this leg will definitely help settle him into the match if he can take this 81 in 6. James Wade is 135 points behind with the darts. Looks like we might go to a no-ball. 6 darts minimum for Steve West from 161. Nearly 68. Teresa says Joe Collins' throw looks like it shouldn't work. It's awesome. It's another, I think, Phil, that will find it difficult. I say this after watching his semi-final performance on Thursday, but he is another that historically struggles to change gear. He struggles to take it up a level. He struggles to add that little bit of bite to his game. Do you know what I mean? Because it's so, his action's so out there, etc.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's not an action you'd coach.
Yeah. James Wade does beat Steve West 6-4. Apologies for the spammer.
We just got rid of him.
So we'll have
Williams.
Wade versus Van Gerwen quarterfinal.
And I don't mean this horribly, Gob, but if Wade scores like that, it's going to be over quickly.
I can't do a Scottish accent, but if I could, I'd definitely be saying there's been a murder.
There's been a murder. Scott Williams is 3-1 up on Connor Scott. Good game, this one. Williams averaging 90 or near 97. Scott averaging a ton.
Oh, just realised I had Gurney to make the semis. Got it, Daryl. Turn it round, son.
Barry says, I think Cullen will win today, but you wouldn't back against it. I'll tell you what, there's a surprising...
1 dart break.
There's a surprising bagel on the cards. Kim Barry is 5-0 up on Kim Hybrex.
My bottom half of the draw is not looking very good right now. I had a Kim versus Gurney semi-final. Gurney's currently 5-4 behind. Kim Hybrex is getting spanked.
He's getting absolutely mullered. Getting battered. Louis Williams still in front against Jose de Souza.
Gurney misses a dart. 4, 5 apiece, but he should be back. Cullen back on 2, 4, 5. Cullen now on 105. 8 has to go.
Bagel served.
Speaking of, I'm starving.
Barry. Don't think we've had either of these two as a feature game yet, so going to go from there.
Ooh, Gurney survives the match dart.
Christ, that dart double
Gurney
two. I live closer.
5th dart to force a deciding leg. And surely now it's all over for the chin.
That dart Gurney threw at double two, I genuinely live closer than that.
Double 1 wasn't much better either. A scared dart dragged low. What a block that is. And Joe Cullen joins the last 8 lineup. You already know then James Wade will take on Michael Van Gerwen. Damon Heta awaits the winner of Joe Mernon against Jamie Hughes. Yoz are currently 3-1 up in that one. Keen Barry, for a 6-0 win over Kim Hybrex, is sat waiting for the winner of Scott Williams against Connor Scott. Scott Williams currently 4-1 up in that one. And Jose de Souza or Louis Williams locked in at 3 apiece. The winner of that one will take on Joe Cullen.
We're going to try and guess the stream games coming up, Gob, as well.
MVG Wade and it's got to be Barry Williams, surely. Cullen's been on back-to-back now. We can't keep him on again.
Yeah, I think Wade MVG is a certainty in there.
Must be. No disrespect, but you're not going to pick Joe Mernon against, or Joe Mernon or Jamie Hughes against Damon Heta. Heta's just been on it as well. I think by process of elimination, we will have James Wade against Michael Van Gerwen and Keen Barry against Scott Williams or Connor Scott.
Yeah.
likely to be Jamie Hughes as he goes 4-1 up on Joe Mernon.
James Wade, Michael Van Gogh, and on the stream board 1. As if by magic.
Getting good at this.
Some big moments here. Louis Williams has had... Oh, what a finish that is. Broken again. He's been better than De Souza in this game, but just can't quite, Gob, find that killer moment.
That's really what Jose's been missing the last few months, though, as well. Like, he's clinging on to games. In the past couple of weeks, he would have fallen away a little bit here. But the fact he is still in this, despite being 10 points lower in the averages and Louis struggling to find that moment, is a good sign for Jose, because he's, like you say, he's not the biggest scrapper.
No. But he's always got one of them in the locker.
A maximum.
And again, after being broken, he's effectively already stolen the darts after a visit. And he's the Portuguese man of scores. Also, Connor Scott is mounting a comeback here as well. Now 4-3 behind to Scott Williams. Oh, but Louis Williams finds a max of his own.
Much needed. Ton 40 from Jose, though, leaves the ton. We've already seen the 1-4-2 go once today.
Once, twice, 3 times.
No.
No. But let's see where the South...
after 18 for Yozu, 25 after 18 for Mernon.
And another break of throw. De Souza pins the ton in 2 darts. You would have thought he'd gone treble 20 top, but with Jose, we're never quite sure. He may have gone ball.
4-2 now, Yoza Mernon. And then Shaggy finds a 180.
And Connor Scott has levelled it up. He's now 4 apiece with Scott Williams. Williams has had a little bit of a malfunction here. He was in control, but now the momentum is firmly with Connor Scott.
We saw this in reverse in Scott's last game, didn't we? He was 5-0 up, absolutely cruising, lost the next 3 legs, sort of fell over the line, but he seems to be doing the opposite here, fighting back pretty well. Williams still has the throw in what is effectively now a best of 3. Yeah, and this is the problem, Phil. You don't put Jose De Souza away.
Yeah. Yeah, Louis Williams has bossed a lot of this game. However, when you don't take your chances, top players can do top things in moments like this.
And he does.
Now the pressure all back on the young Welshman. And he only starts 43. Has Louis Williams blinked? And this would be a huge opportunity missed if he were to lose from the young man.
Well, indeed, but it needs to be perfect from here.
Great setup from Scott Williams as well. This is to stop the Connor Scott charge. Looking at tops.
Ooh. No score from Scott Williams.
We've seen the Rockstar do this a few minutes ago.
The proper way as well. Oh,
he's
I think Scott might have gone the other way. He's missed the ball.
Yeah, 25, 57, and then missed the ball. Scott Williams fluffing his lines. He was in control of this leg. Absolute control. Has he just gifted the lead to Connor Scott? Yeah. Yes, he has. What an opportunity missed. Someone called the police. There's been a daylight robbery.
Very similar, by the way. If Jose de Souza was to get a look and take this 1-5-2, Williams leaves double 10.
I think he's
and
missed
the
a dart
special
at tops
one.
there as well.
Special thing.
I think Williams has come inside tops.
60, 18,
Thing.
low. 112 from de Souza leaves double 20. Can Williams force a deciding leg?
Yes, he can. How's your nerve, gents? Speaking of your nerve, in a must-win leg, Scott Williams has found the maximum. What has Jose
Jamie
de
Hughes
Souza
has done a Scott Williams. He left tops after 12 darts. He scores it, and then he's gone inside and left 20. If Mernon takes out 116, we're level at 4 apiece. This would be a break, and this would give Mernon the advantage once again. And the 116 does go. That's 2-2-1 in 6 darts for Joe Mernon, 4 apiece. And Midnight Mernon has the advantage of throwing a best of 3 from here. Scott Williams leaves tops from 101. Scott now wants 101 for the match. Oh, and he goes. Connor Scott beats Scott Williams 6-4 from way behind. What a recovery that is from Connor Scott. He led the previous round pretty comfortably at 5-0, was pegged back to 5-3, and then fell over the line. He's just done the opposite in this match. He has come from behind to beat Scott Williams 6-4. What a performance from Connor Scott, who is now into the last 8 in just his 3rd Pro Tour.
And also, the game you can see as the feature game, Lou Williams is going to be left high and dry and look back on what could and maybe should have been. He had Jose on the ropes, but couldn't find that knockout blow, that haymaker. And the special one, the Portuguese man of scores, looks all set for a quarter-final place. And there it is, done and dusted. We will flip the game. The conclusion of Mernon and Hughes.
Yes. Mernon wants tops then for the lead, and it goes. Jamie Hughes now needs 2 in a row. He has to be perfect from here.
We will have a quick ad break after this game.
But I'm also hearing Donny van den Beek is absolutely running the show in that Everton midfield after Man United have let him go. Are we surprised?
I don't get it. He's an absolute class act. I don't get United's thinking with it. Donny van der Beek is an absolute class act.
Games on everything. MVG is currently 4th in the seedings for the match play. Needs to turn that around a little bit. Yoza 180 ton, not a bad way to open up a leg. You have to win. Could do with at least another ton here, though, to leave 1-2-1. Stephen says, what are the quarter-final matches? We know 3 of them are waiting on this result you can see on screen right now for the 4th. It will be James Wade against Michael Van Gerwen. It will be the winner of Joe Mernon and Jamie Hughes against Damon Heta. It will be Keane Barry against Connor Scott. And it will be Jose de Souza against Joe Cullen. A response from Mernon, 130 leaves 72. Hughes made a little bit of a mess of the 81. Has to go, and it does take 40 in 3. So then a deciding leg. Joe Mernon against Jamie Hughes, and they are throwing their practice starts on streaming board 1.
I thought they'd have held them to go at 1.
Yeah, I think they've been waiting around an awful long time now. We will have an ad break no matter what at the end of this Mernon versus fun. We just haven't done one yet, and that's sort of the point. We have people to keep happy.
In fairness to us, there's been no natural break today, has there? They've just all rolled into one.
Yes.
Wadey has won the ball.
And it looks like Joe Mernon will be the man to complete the quarter-final lineup. He's left 103 after 9 darts. Yoza back on 276. Has only found 2 trebles out of a possible 9. Mernon leaves double 10 and will get at least 6 darts at it. Maybe not. We'll get at least 6 darts at it now.
James Wade finding his scoring boots in his opening leg.
He has indeed. Joe Mernon then completes our quarter-final lineup. He wins 6-5. Perfect timing, as we might just be back to see the result of this first leg from our ad break, Phil.
Yes, we are going to grab a quick one, but we will be back on the other side of this. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone. Here we are. It is Players Championship 3 from Wigan, and we are bringing you all the action live, talking you through it all in one place. Myself and Gob are here. Welcome along in the chat room. Just remember, if you haven't, drop us a like and subscribe to the channel. We are now past that 21k bracket. Gob, and it's all going good.
It is indeed. It's also going good for James Wade, or it should have been. He's just missed a dart at tops for a 118 to go 2-0 up on Michael van Gerwen, and he is duly punished. A couple in the chat room. There was a question about Joe Mernon making a quarterfinal before. He's done more than that. He's won a Pro Tour before. He actually did it as a Challenge Tour player. He was invited as a weekend, as a reserve, went on to win the title, and it got him into the match play a couple of years ago for his debut. He made the match play as a player without a tour card.
Correct. Oh my. That's brutal. That, Gob, is vintage Van Gerwen.
Yeah,
someone misses, he takes out a biggie. You have to see this on the stream. So 265 in 6 darts.
So it's 133. Gets the second treble.
It's even more impressive because 265 is a horrible number.
No, 265 is lovely. Because the 133 leaves you 132. Your 95 leaves you 170.
Yeah, but it's what I'm saying. It's round the board. It's not just
19s all the way. You just need one.
Which way does he go? Oh, he doesn't, does he? Oh, stop it.
Yeah, please do. Also, have you seen Streaming Board 2? Joe Cullen is back again. This will be his 3rd match in a row on the stream.
Tell me you're the blue-eyed boy without telling me you're the blue-eyed boy. I'll go first.
What? He could potentially play 5 matches in a row on a streaming board. And I appreciate he's flipped between Stream Board 1 and Stream Board 2, so he's not been kept in the same place. But still, not sure I like this move.
As I said to you, Gob, tell me you're the new blue-eyed boy without telling me you're the new blue-eyed boy.
Just not right. Philip Wolf says, apart from Scott, all 8 remaining have made a quarterfinal before on the Pro Tour. Thank you very much. To be fair, if Scott had made one already, that would have been in his first 2 appearances, because this is only his 3rd Pro Tour since he picked up his tour card. Sam says, hi guys, just a quick one. Did anyone see what darts Peter Wright was using today? Was he just outplayed, or was he messing with the setup? No, straight barrel darts, normal flights and stems. He just lost a lot. He was not quite there today.
No.
It looked like he pulled it off. He started slowly, fought back into it, and then Max Hop just punished him a little bit.
Are we keeping this one up as the feature game, even though it's on the stream?
Yeah. Yes.
Robert, it doesn't matter, but normally they vary it around, and it's rare. Look, it does happen, but it's rare you play back-to-back streaming games unless it's quarterfinals onwards. It just doesn't happen very often.
And even then, the two winners of your quarterfinals tend to swap and you get the opposite semi-finals. So to potentially play 5 matches on a row on streaming boards is incredibly unheard of, especially people that look. It's an opportunity to see players you don't normally see.
Yeah.
Especially in that opening round. You normally get 1 or 2 headline players, but you normally get a board where you will see some players that don't tend to make TV events and that sort of thing. It's not all about the most marketable players. This isn't the Premier League. Wadey, 3-2, gets one back. Does find himself a breaker throw down, though.
And even though he held, his throw was massively under the cosh then.
Mm-hmm.
But, like in James Wade's style, shows grit, shows determination, and holds.
Mm-hmm. And still averaging 102 after 5 legs. It's a good sign for James Wade. Wherever he starts, he very, very usually finishes. That's not good.
Connor Scott has leveled up with Barry Keane, 1 apiece. The others not underway as of yet.
Is Connor Scott making an early move here, Phil? 1 apiece, as you said. Keane Barry went ton. Scott went ton 40. Advantage Connor. And another ton 40 leaves 81. Wadey fires in a 1-2-3 to leave 94, but you feel the way he's playing at the minute, Van Goen will not miss, and he doesn't. 4-2 to Van Goen. Both averaging 98 now. That 42 will not help James Wade. Oh. Ian Barry fires in a 103, I think that was, for a 2-1 lead.
Big moments for both these two. A semi-final in the Pro Tour is not to be sniffed at.
Definitely not. It was only earlier in the week, I think it was, that Keane Barry was celebrating beating somebody in the top 5 for the first time. There's still a long way to go in this young man's career.
Yeah. Oh, he's a special talent. Look, I know he plays quick. At times, I think he plays too quick and needs to set the first start. I haven't got an issue with people that play quick, but you have to set your first start properly. If you are like the brackets first start merchant, if your first one's there or thereabouts, you're all right. But at times, he doesn't set the first one for me.
Yeah. Hey, we know you're not someone that hates fast players because you hate everybody that's slow.
Correct.
If you hated fast players as well, you wouldn't like anybody, Phil, and then we'd be in real trouble. Poor Mickey Mansell.
To be fair, interestingly at the Premier League, I don't know if this is known, but they're actually taking data now of game and leg times.
Are we heading towards a snooker average timing, perhaps?
I think it's just interesting
You can't judge it on average leg, I don't think.
I just think it's interesting that they are starting to collect data on it.
Yeah, but it should be from the moment you're at the hockey.
Oh, big moment here, Gob.
Yeah, big moment. Woo! Just to hold again, though. Still need to break. Still be miles ahead. Still feel like this is only going in one direction. Joe Cullen, Jose de Souza are underway.
You missed my great line in there as well, didn't you? Because you'll come over the top.
Yeah.
You went, I still feel this is only going in one direction. So I slid in there and went, that's what makes you beautiful.
Oh, thanks. My mum says I am anyway.
Philip says interesting film, but also difficult to measure. Oh yeah, I agree. It is, but it's just the fact that they are starting to collaborate information on game times and leg times.
Yeah, because they do measure it in snooker. There is a fund or a ruling on tour that your average shot time over the course of a season has to be under a certain distance, and that gives you time to play your safety shots, have the odd visit where you think about it a lot more. But there's also going to be times when you're down and playing a shot within 10 seconds, so that's absolutely fine. But the difference between that and measuring in darts is there is a clear moment that defines when your shot is, and that is when the cue ball stops moving from your opponent to the time that your cue ball stops moving when you miss in a visit. It doesn't really happen in darts.
No. I know, I'm with you.
Because of retrieving your dart out the board is fine, but then if your opponent drops it, etc., or technically they still own the oche until they're back past the oche.
Yeah.
Do you have to wait until your opponent's out of the exclusion zone? But then at that point, slower players are going to slow you down, and that doesn't make for good viewing or a good game. He's at it again. He doesn't like this 6-6 at the minute, does he?
No. Got a feeling this is going to go.
Stop leaving it.
Got a feeling.
I would not.
Ugh.
Nowhere near. Thanks, you got me excited for nothing. All 4 games are underway, by the way. Joe Murn and Damon Hatter 0-0 in the first leg. Keane Barry 3-2 up on Connor Scott. And Joe Cullen has won the opener against Jose de Souza in 16 darts.
It's been interesting to see how he busts this first time around, whether he goes in the double 10 or just outside.
Outside. And double 10.
Or right in the corner, double 10.
Yeah. Connor Scott levels up at 3.
That's literally right in the corner.
Mm-hmm. And the next 3 legs all now become must-win for James Wade. And what does he do? Finds himself on 302 after 6.
Where, if he'd made a little adjustment to the 17s,
could stay straight. I think, look, he does this often enough that he's probably well practiced in the 18s. But when you spend so much of your time throwing at 20s, he scored a ton there. So I think because Van Gerwen is further behind, he's just stayed straight.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah. Please don't click that. That was terrible. De Souza levels up 1 apiece with Joe Cullen. Does this 150 go?
No.
Treble 20. Treble 18. Oh, and he misses outside, so he must come back and pick it up. Heta takes the opener with an 11 dart, no, 13 dart leg. Wadey does get one back again, but Van Gerwen is now throwing for the match. This is the issue of being broken so early. Wade would have the darts in the decider if he can get us that far, and just a 60 from Van Gerwen to open fill. Both of these players' averages have been pretty similar this entire match, but Van Gerwen's has just dropped that little bit more right now. And then Wadey throws a 99. Please stop doing that. 180 from Van Gerwen puts him right under pressure.
The problem is, I don't mean this disrespectfully to James, but he is very much an old school player.
That 140 is now an issue. Michael can stay straight, and he has the option to switch to the 19s or the 17s should he need it. Wade has to start on 18s now. That is terrible. That is terrible. Definitely didn't start where he was supposed to, scoring a 140 either. I suppose if your first dart's in, it's fine, isn't it? The second dart has to be at 18s if you miss. Great response. So Van Gerwen leaves 132. James Wade now has to take out 122. Keane Barry, I think that might have been a 12 dart leg. He had 2 180s inside it. Now leads Connor Scott 5-3. But Wadey misses the ball for a 1-2-2. And Van Gerwen wants double 16 for the first man in the semi-final. In one it goes. Michael Van Gerwen is your first semi-finalist.
Who do you want as feature gob?
Should we go Mern and Heta? Because Barry Scott is about to finish and the other one is on the stream. Same man, Scott Barry's about to finish. Connor's left 47 after 9 darts. Barry leaves 36 after 12. What a response that is. But it does go. Connor Scott 5-4 behind now. Needs back-to-back legs to get over the line in this match, and he's throwing in leg number 10. A hold and then a break required for Connor Scott's first Pro Tour semi-final. This is already his first quarter-final. $140 from Connor, 95 to leave 126. The issue is Keane Barry just keeps finding maximums, Phil. He's gone ton 80, 57 to leave 64. So a little bit of breathing space here from Connor Scott. You don't want to make a hash of this 126. If it doesn't go, at least leave it nice. 2 data.
Yeah.
Go, leaves 25. Keane Barry, can he take out 164 for the match? What a way to finish it this would be from the young Irishman. 139, he misses the ball. Both players want 25 then. Scott first to force us into a decider, goes in 2 darts, and we go all the way. The two youngsters, the 2 youngest players left in the field, serving up an absolute treat right now.
Oh, Jose.
And it is Keane Barry's darts. He starts with a 1-2-1. $96 in response from Connor Scott. There's a ton from Keane Barry. Scott needs a 140 here just to stay in touch. Just an 85, so he's 40 points behind, plus whatever Keane Barry produces now. 96 leaves 184. And Scott could really do with a maximum here. 140 would put him on 180. Barry would still have the advantage. It is a 140. So, Keane Barry, 6 darts from 184. What can he set up? 58 to leave 126. Not ideal. Ton or a ton 40 here. Puts Connor Scott in a great position. 95 goes a little bit loose, leaves 85. Barry then 126 for the match. He will be at the 19s. 101, he's missed the ball again. He missed the ball for a 164 in the last leg. Connor missed the ball for a 126 in the last leg as well. Barry leaves 25. Connor Scott 85, and it goes in 3 darts. What a recovery from Connor Scott. 15 dart break of throw for Connor Scott. And he defeats Keane Barry 6-5 and moves on to his first ever Pro Tour semi-final. The former Online Darts Live League player in his first year as a tour card holder is into the semi-final, and he will take on either Jose de Souza or Joe Cullen, and it's currently 3-2 to the Portuguese man of scores, but Cullen wants 46 for a breaker throw here and level us up. And he does that indeed. Best of 5 now for Cullen versus Sousa. Cullen with the advantage of throw.
Look, Cullen has been the better player in this game. But Jose is still in. A bit like against Louis Williams. Louis Williams was the better player and didn't put Jose away when the opportunities were there.
Joe Mernon gets another back against Damon Heta, 3-2 now.
Just looking at it, this is it's going to be an interesting scrap here to the end in this one. I know you've got your eyes on that one. Joe Cullen, is he going to surrender the advantage again?
Who wants a scrap? You want a scrap?
You want some?
You want some? I'll give it you.
Cullen 130. Oh my, the rock star. Cullen pings the 130. It was a poor visit from 180. Only scored 50. But we'll see if it's the bullseye or not. Which way does Joe Cullen go? I will tell you in a second. Treble 20, double 5.
Just realised we're on about the Wildston Raider then. I thought Sam was just being a little bit offensive. Like, where's that come from? We've been pretty nice all day.
Little interesting passage of play here. Jose's throw was under a little bit, but he's found a 140. Not enough from Cullen, so it should be going 4 apiece.
Until Joe Cullen finds a 171.
What? I was going to say, yeah. But will it be in vain?
Yes, it will. Those are the South levels up.
7-1.
4 apiece. They're never wasted, though. They just look magnificent.
Yeah. Oh, only Jose can go that way. 45, big one, double 8.
My guy. Damon Heta leads Joe Mernon 4-3. Still averaging 104, Phil. Look, he's got his work cut out for him in the semi-final if he gets there. But at this point, Damon Hetter's been the best player all day.
He's been sensational.
It's not even a question. He's been absolutely superb. .99 average to defeat Josh Rock 6-4. 102 against Matt Campbell, who also threw a 9-darter back at him. 101 against Stephen Bunting. 104 against Alan Suter. Currently 104 against Joe Mernon. It's been unbelievable.
And it looks as if this one is also going to go to a Noble De Souza in control.
Oh, Damon Hetter. 128 checkout, 12 dart leg, now averaging 106, and he is one away. I told you he'd be in the semi-finals earlier, Phil. You had your chance to back him as the winner then. Have you missed the boat?
Nah. Part of my point earlier, the player side, Connor makes the broadcast because he made the semi-final. How many of the top 8 without exposure? Yeah, but it's a little bit different because they pick for the first round, they pick a board. It's not individual games. They just pick 2 boards. And then for round 2, they pick 2 boards. It's not games. So there's always going to be top 8 players without exposure because of the way they pick. It's not individual games. It's a whole complete board for that round is on the stream board.
Also, 5 apiece, Jose De Souza and Joe Cullen. Cullen has the darts in the decider and opens up with a 1-2-3.
Craig says, afternoon, Phil Gob. Do you think the new Premier League format is revolutionary after all? No. Look, I think I've been lucky enough to be at the first 2. For the people in the venue, it's great because they get a winner each night and everything like that. So for the fans in the venue, I think it's great. For the fans at home watching, not so much.
Talking of winner, by the way, Damon Hetter 6-3 victory over Joe Mernon, finishes with 106 match average. The Heat, as I was just saying, has been the best player of the day so far. My take on the Premier League, I'm sort of there with Phil, and I'm a little bit worried about how regularly we're going to see the same 8 match up. Because under the previous thing, you would see McGowan take on Wright. Jesus, Joe Cullen, fair play, 1-4-4 out, and the semi-final lineup is set. Under the previous format, you might see MVG take on Peter Wright twice over that period in the Premier League over 16 weeks, plus maybe a UK Open final or a Pro Tour final if you follow it regularly. Now there's an opportunity to see that matchup 10 to 15 times pretty much. And I'm just, for the first 2 weeks, well, the first week, I only watched Thursday as my first one. It has been very enjoyable. But there, again, we were at a point where we very nearly saw Johnny Clayton versus Peter Wright 3 times in 7 days. That's not good for the product.
No. Ben says, if I pay for PDC dart subscription, can I view this? Yes, Ben. There's for the Pro Tours like this, there are 2 streaming boards on PDC TV, and you can watch the games they put on there. You can't watch every game, but there's 2 streaming boards. Yeah. Philip said it there. I mean, we have seen Clayton in 6 matches in 2 nights. Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, the Masters just a couple of weeks before that. Then he made a Pro Tour final last weekend. And in
Euro
between
Tour in a
this,
couple
we're going
of
to have
weeks.
European Tours, which is going to be streamed. We're going to run into the UK Open. Plus Pro Tours, we're seeing them in.
Yeah. I like
Johnny
the
Clayton
idea
makes
of knockout.
every single final. Unlikely, I know. We're going to see him just under 50 times in 16 weeks. Plus UK Open, which he will be on the main board. Don't doubt that for 1 second. Plus Pro Tours, plus Euro Tours, which he should be making the final day minimum, which means you're going to see him at least 2 or 3 times a weekend on those. And then we'll run into the likes of the World Cup, which will be very, very close to the end of the Premier League, will it not?
Yeah, the Premier League finals, as it stands, is on the Monday in Berlin. Then you've got 2 Pro Tours, and then the World Cup starts on Thursday. Look, I like the idea of having knockout darts, but not with 8 players.
I'm not sure.
So it's $4.99 a month or it's £50 a year. So you get all 30 Pro Tours, and you get the 13 Euro Tours as well. And if you do the yearly payment in one hit, you get priority on PDC tickets. So look, I know everyone's circumstances is different, but for me, £50 for the year is great value for the amount of darts you get on PDC TV. Would you agree, Gob?
I mean, I don't actually pay for one, but yeah, it's good value. I've never bought a ticket myself. Someone else already purchased it for me. And I'm currently using someone else's login for PDC TV, but yeah, brilliant.
See, I do. So the semi-final lineups will be, because MVG played on that one, stream board 1 will be Connor Scott against Joe Cullen. Stream board 2 will be Michael Van Gogh against Damon Hesser. Gob has just put a poll up as well. Make sure you get involved. Again, come and say hi in the chat room if you haven't yet. Make sure you subscribe. I say we are rattling through, which is good. What's the next milestone, Gob? Are we getting excited for 25 or are we just going straight for 30?
25, surely. We might actually celebrate 25 as well. 25, we're a quarter of the way there to a plaque from YouTube. You get a plaque at 100,000.
Yeah. Is 30k by the match play ambitious?
Yes, very.
I'm glad that Connor is on the stream now as well, because I'm interested to see if he's playing with his Whitlock darts or the Mission prototypes today.
Don't know. Yeah, Philip says, have we seen Connor Scott on stream already this year? I'd love to tell you the answer to that, but neither of us were here last weekend. We were at the World Seniors.
Yeah, we were at the World Seniors, so we didn't see any. Afternoon, Tommy.
Nick says, how's MVG been playing today? A little bit up and down in true Van Gerwen fashion. He's had a couple of absolute blowaway averages, 107 at one point. He had a 93 against Darius Labanauskas. He won 6-1. 105 against Willie O'Connor to win 6-2. He beat Barney with a 98. He beat Neil Zonneveld 6-3 over 107. And he just had a 93 against James Wade. Let's have a look at Scott for the day. Yeah, when we did Damon Heta previously, Connor Scott started with a 98 average. He beat Jules Van Dongen 6-4. A bit of a scrappy one against Martin Schindler, 1-6-5. Beat John Worsley 6-3 over 90. Stayed at 90 average to beat Scott Williams 6-4, and then a 95 to beat Keane Barry. And then Joe Cullen is about to play his 4th game in a row on the streaming board. It would be a record for him to play 5 in a Pro Tour, I believe. He beat Florian Hempel to start the day 6-2, then Gordon Mather 6-1. Both of those with 80 averages, or 82 and 85. But he has got better throughout the day. It was a 90 average to beat Vincent van der Voort, a 91 average to beat Daryl Gurney, and he just averaged 101 to beat Jose de Souza.
Richard says, can anyone say why the PDC stream is so far behind? Do you mean why it's far behind from Dark Connect? If so, yeah, it's quite easy, mate. Dark Connect is instantly updated because they're obviously pressing the button. We do a lot of streaming for the live league and stuff like that, and there is always a delay because by the time your feed from your cameras comes into your streaming software, then gets sent out and pushed to where it needs to be pushed, there is always a delay on streaming, mate. There's a delay on live TV as well. We're lucky. We've been in press rooms and everything like that. And we see the winning dart going from the live feed or live from the venue before it goes out. So there's always a delay because of production and everything like that.
Daniel says, I believe William O'Connor played 4 in a row on the streaming when he won his title. So Joe Cullen had just levelled that, and a win against Connor Scott would put him at 5, I believe.
Yeah.
Jesus, Everton has scored again. Two multiplied by 10.
+1.
Should we have one more quick ad break, Phil? So we've had a couple in today's show, and then when we'll be back, it will be time for the semi-finals. On streaming board 1 on PDC TV, you can catch Connor Scott versus Joe Cullen, and on streaming board 2, Michael Van Gerwen against Damon Heta.
We will go for this one first of all, and then we'll see you all on the other side of this. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone. Here we are. It is semi-final stage here at Players Championship 3. We have two absolute belters for you. Michael Van Gerwen against man of the moment, Damon Heta, and Connor Scott against Joe Cullen. They are the two games. They'll both be on PDC TV, and we will get them both up here as well. Just waiting for them to go live, and then I can switch them on for you.
There is indeed Philip, who's in the chat room, just put up on Twitter the tournament averages so far of our final four. Damon Heta leads the way at 102.5. Van Gerwen next, 99.35. Connor Scott, 92.79. And Joe Cullen at the bottom of the list, 90.61. If, and it's always a big if, but if it wasn't Heta versus Van Gerwen and Scott versus Cullen, we'd expect these semi-finals to be pretty one-sided based on that. As it stands, the top two performers of the day so far will clash in the semi-finals. Jonathan asked for our semi-final predictions, Phil. As Chris Mason joins the chat. Hello, Mace. Good to see you, pal.
See you in a
ready for this evening.
See you in a bit, buddy. So
great next week.
I am overruling stats like everyone knows I'm going to. MVG 7-4. Joe Cullen 7-4 as well. Everyone knows at this point, Rob. Everyone knows at this point I'm not going to back against my boy. The same as if Wade was in the semi-final, you wouldn't.
I would, because he's been crap of late. The fact he made a quarterfinal, I am buzzing inside for. I think Cullen gets over the line. I think it goes a little bit scrappy, and in that moment, I think Cullen has the edge, and I'd say 7-5 in that one. I think it's a little bit closer, but I'm back in the heat. He has been absolutely superb today. I think we see a Cullen-Damon Heta final, and I think the heat wins 7-4. I'm going the opposite way round.
Heta wins the ball, and we are underway. So that's where they can watch it. PDC TV. But stick with us, and we'll throw you in.
Board 1 on streaming board 2? Why do they do this to us?
What's that?
Board 1 is on streaming board 2. It's just the wrong way round.
Yeah, but MVG played on that. I'm sorry, Joe Cullen played Jose last on board 2. That's why.
That MVG Heta isn't positioned right, and it's throwing me off massively, mate.
2 secs.
Ooh. Dodgy early moments from both, by the way. Heta leaves 40 after 12 and then no scores. Van Gerwen leaves a finish but then hits 48, and Heta does come back to take the first leg. There just seems to be a little bit more of a snap about Damon Heta's throw. Perhaps he's throwing them just that little bit harder at the minute. He's practicing an awful lot recently. Obviously, he's living in Leicester area at the minute. Did I see he was practicing with Danny Baggish earlier in the week and a couple of others? Are you, Mace?
What was the question?
So he's next playing in May. Connor Scott takes the opener, Phil.
It does.
13 dart leg.
I want to see what darts he's chucking, whether they're the mission prototypes or
They're the win.
no, they're very much the Simon Whitlocks.
Van Gogh levels up 1 apiece with Damon Heta.
Ryan, yeah, look, there are signs. He's not a million miles away. Yeah, Dan, I can, because I've seen the mission prototypes at the Live League. There is Whitlock ones.
Shh! Don't tell Mission.
No, he signed mission by then.
What?
When? Oh, what? He's playing with the Whitlock ones.
I was going to say, yeah, that he's playing with the wrong ones. Not the fact that he's signed with someone and he's got some prototype. The fact he's not throwing them. Hector then wants 36 for a 13 dart leg. For a 2-1 lead, and it goes in 1. Damon Hector, 108 average, motoring right now. And he says he has 2 9-darters in practice. Was that Baggish and Lauby? No one of them was Baggish. Connor Scott, Joe Cullen level at 1 apiece. Cullen went inside on a double 14 for the leg, but will come back. Is the early part of this semi-final, Phil, for Connor just about staying, not, I mean, nasty, he's not being outplayed, he's 1 apiece out with a better average at the minute, but from experience point of view, it's just about holding your throw, staying comfortable, and not finding yourself too far behind, and then in those moments towards the back end, it's about what can you produce then.
Yeah, massively. Look, in your first Pro Tour semi-final, you do not want to be chasing.
Oh, get him. Talking of chasing, Michael Van Gogh could be about to be doing that. Damon Heta takes out 81 for a 12-dart leg. The Heat is averaging 112, 3-1 up, and is throwing in the next leg. I don't think I've seen a visit without a treble from Damon Heta so far. It's an absolute magnet in that segment. And he fires in a 180 to start leg number 5 as well. This is brutal scoring. As Connor Scott puts himself in front once again.
This is unreal from Damon Heta.
I'm just expecting to leave a finish here as well. 165 to leave 16. You just know it's coming.
Just sad's not the wrong word, but for Damon Heta to go to the next level as a player, Gob, and this comes back to the thing that you hate, right now, throwing good darts isn't enough for him. Because he'll be stereotyped like Wade, White, doesn't give anything on stage. Does that make sense? To go to that next level, whether people like it or not, throwing good darts isn't enough.
I get that, but he's also scoring so well now. This is just a different level. I think when you're playing at this level, the way he is, 102 average for the day, now 116 in the final, I'm not sure that's relevant.
I still think it is. I genuinely don't think he'd get picked just for that.
He is an Aussie. He is an Aussie, though, and obviously that's a different market. I get it's not gone as big in the past, Whitlock, etc., but I still think there is that market for down under.
They get and they put him in the World Series and stuff like that. But for the other invite tournaments, right now I'd put him in the same bracket as James Wade, and that a very good player. And I'm not saying he's not, but Matt Porter said it himself in the interview that we did with him pre-Worlds. Some players need to do more to get picked, and that was the chief exec's words.
I think for Damon Hett to go and be a top 8, top 16 player, the level he was producing last year wouldn't have been enough anyway. Look, he's a fantastic player, and he's definitely on the way up. His finishing is some of the best in the game. He's very much been the next James Wade, if you like, for a long, long time now because of his just sheer consistency, ton 40, etc. But this extra level of scoring we're seeing from him, especially in the last couple of weeks, has the ability to take him to top 8 minimum. And once you're there, I think it's very, very hard to ignore him. He's not the most outspoken player in the world, but I think the level he will produce to get to the top 8 will mean you can't leave him out. Johnny Clayton doesn't give that much. Johnny Clayton doesn't give that much. He started to a little bit more recently.
Oh, so he's a magnet to that.
You're saying the man's boring.
He's a magnet to that. No, I'm not saying darts wise, no. But if that was at a World, right, or say this is at the match play, he's doing this, and Gezzy's doing that, we get big celebrations, or Adrian's doing it, we get huge celebrations. When Wade and that do it, we don't.
We're seeing it more from Wade, though, and we haven't really seen enough of Hetta on TV, I think.
Yeah, but why is Wade doing it? He's not doing it because he wants to.
End of the year.
He's not doing it because Wade's not doing it because he wants to. He's been doing it because he's been told to.
We'll see. Hetta's under the similar.
And I know that's true.
Connection.
I know that
Hetta's under similar connection. I still think
you have to tick.
Hetta would get it. Hetta makes a top 8 this year by winning a major. He's in. And the form he's showing at the minute, 5-1 up on Van Gogh and averaging 114, you'd be a fool to say you're leaving him out. Anyway, Connor Scott leads Joe Cullen 3-2. And Damon Hetta, that's a slip from Van Gogh and just 45. He is really up against it right now. 18 points behind in the average. 1-7-1 from Damon would be lovely. 95 to leave 1-1-2. $164 from Van Gogh and to leave 55, but he may not get a look at it the way Damon Hetta is playing. Treble 20, a single 20, leave his favourite double 16. He left the double 16, but it doesn't go. Or he leaves double 8, rather. This has to go for Van Gogh. He goes in 2 darts. He breaks back. He's now 5-2 behind.
Oh, yeah, Jeff, absolutely. Johnny Clayton knows where that side camera is at all points.
But he wasn't doing that until he started winning tournaments either. That wasn't something we saw from Johnny Clayton 2-3 years ago.
No, it wasn't. But why do you think he does it now? Because he knows.
Once he's been put in there, it wasn't a decision to get in there. He won the Masters. He wasn't doing that before he got to the Premier League and won the Masters.
He was doing it at the Masters.
Not when he won it.
Yeah, he was. 100%. They all know. They all talk about their stage presence. When you listen and chat to them, they all know they've got to play up to the cameras. I know you don't like it because you're like, it should be about the darts, but it's not.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Big
100%,
180 from
Laura.
Van Gerwen.
Yeah, artificial celebrations, exactly.
Chance then for Heta to go one away. Reminder, semi-finals, first 2-7. The Aussie wants 82. And it does go 6-2. He gets that breaker throw straight back. He's now throwing for the match and can win it in any of the next potential 5 legs. On the other board, not 88 average plays 91. We saw the gap in the averages before this 2 started, and we're still seeing a little bit here at this point. Connor Scott, though, does lead, and I'm pretty sure every leg has been a holder throw so far.
No, Connor's broke.
Did Joe break back then?
Yeah, because it was 4-2 Scott in that leg.
Okay.
Nick says, what about Dimitri? Yeah, but again, Dimitri interacts with the crowd. He does his little dance and everything like that. It's about fan interaction, playing up to the crowds. All I'll say is, was it the Saturday gob that we were laughing at the lineup for the Masters? That wasn't it both semi-finalists and the world runner-up all in the afternoon session? Because they don't
think so, yeah. Damon Heta potentially about to get at least a match dart. I think he might have got 2, and I think he might have gone outside on double. 14 on both of them. Van Gerwen does hit 14, breaks back again, now 6-3 behind. Joe Cullen levels up at, this doesn't go, surely.
Oh my. Oh my.
Does it go?
Oh.
It's literally just been on the screen, but when I'm looking at the other one.
Yeah. I say you only got to look at the TV scheduling and look at it.
I think the problem is we've got so many different broadcasters as well. Not so many different broadcasters, but ITV, every time they have a tournament, are going to want to show off the top 4 or 5 players in the world, etc. Sky do that at every single game and every opportunity. And just,
do you mean the top 3 plus one other?
Yeah.
See, look, you're that resigned look. You know it's true.
Well, it's just stupid, isn't it? If you sit and watch every dart or every PDC event there is, just bored of the same 4 players.
But you know they're always going to be in those slots.
12 dart leg Van Gerwen. Yeah, but they shouldn't be. And hear me out, Van Gerwen is not one of the top 4 players in the world right now. He should not be anywhere near it.
But he is.
You know it.
Because
you know he
because of the boxes.
You know he shouldn't.
Because of the
He
boxes.
doesn't tick boxes because he's not winning games. He's not playing at a level. He's Dutch. That's literally what he's got right now. And even they're not broadcasting properly after they lost RTL.
But even when he's not playing well, you still get big reactions and talking points from him.
Not when he's averaging 90 every other game like he was in the Premier League last year.
Yeah, but right, against Gary, he was awful. Right? But the couple of legs he won, we still had massive celebrations.
What did he do? We had a massive celebration from Dean Winstanley at 9 once upon a time. Doesn't mean he's about to be in my top 4 players in a session.
But that's what TV wants, God. They want big moments on stage. They don't want James Wade going up there averaging a ton and just taking his darts out of the board because it's crap TV.
It's not. Not for actual darts fans. Darts fans appreciate darts. Look how much we're bigging up the seniors crowd last week. Because they appreciated good darts.
Yeah, but the PDC is
meant
marketed
to stand up and
completely
look at darts. None of that nonsense, but it was still great TV. As was that. Your boys John, Damon Hector wins 7-4. Man predicted 7-4. Thanks for coming.
Joe Cullen is also one away. Keith, if you've never watched us before, we argue 24/7.
It's me telling Phil why he's wrong. .109 match average for Damon Hector he finishes with. That is absolutely unbelievable from the heat. 7 of 16 on the checkouts, 82 at his highest checkout, 3 breaks to throw, 5 maximums. Why would he? Thanks for watching. Connor Scott takes that 110, 6-5 now, Joe Cullen. Cullen now throwing for 7-5, which would mean I get both predictions right, Phil. Robert's team gob, I like you, pal. I watch darts to see good darts, not to see someone screaming on stage. You can stick around.
I want more Gezi prices.
Just stop talking and let us watch. The concept of this show is that we talk about what we're seeing and any other relevant darts that comes up at the time. If we sit here in silence, there's no point of being here. We might as well just be running 2 Dart Connect screens, which you can go and do yourself.
And the bottom line is, Dean, if you don't like it, do one.
I need some food, but this is brilliant. Mace, you're bang on me. Superb 110 finish from Connor Scott. This leg's a little bit tricky now. Joe Cullen hasn't really done a lot well here. 2 bang average visits, 99 as well. But Scott has not found a treble in 9 darts. In fact, he's done less than that. And the door's still open a little bit. A 140 here gets him back in this contest. Just a 45 though, and this is only going in one direction from here, I fear, Phil. Joe Cullen, 57 points ahead, plus whatever this is. Big
Nick,
gap ahead.
That's a very good question. We will answer that in a minute. Hang with us. We'll get this out of the way.
We must be the only country where you can't as well. Because I saw Jamie Carragher on Danish TV.
Yeah, there's a very different culture.
Okay, 1-5. Oh, about to big up the potential at a 155 to save the match, but Joe Cullen's coming back for 3 in hand at double 10, and you expect this to go 7-5. Phil, I think that's both of my predictions correct. Thanks for coming.
The Rocks.
And we nailed the final.
I tell you what, I don't want to curse it, but either the standard's been great today, or they've all got their skates on. Flying through it today.
Yeah, I'm not complaining about that at all.
Tam, there's only one winner for me. I would much rather see John Norman Jr. than James Wade.
Silly.
spin the coin. As a football fan, would you rather watch Burnley win 1-0 every week, or watch Newcastle up and down but see 4 or 5 goals every game?
I'd rather watch neither. They're both crap.
Coming from the man from Oxfordshire that supports Liverpool.
Yes, but they are both crap.
So we have a final. It will be, I suppose I better prep some graphics as well, Gob, in a sec.
Yes, please. You're posting them.
Josh, it probably was. We weren't on last week because we were at the seniors. We were just going off last year's times when it was like 6.5 hours. See, a lot of love for John Norman in the chat room, and you are all correct.
No.
Look, James is a great player.
What have you got there?
But I just don't enjoy watching him play. Sorry, Teresa, but look, it's nothing against Burnley, but you've got to admit, they're shite to watch. Right, so back to Nick says, question, I'm Dutch, said, always wondering why you can't swear on British TV. It's just that over, I'm not sure if you have it in Holland, but we have a watershed of 9 p.m. in the UK. I mean, it is still 9, isn't it, Gob? It hasn't changed?
I think so.
So, yeah, it's 9, not the watershed's 9 p.m. that you can't swear or do certain things on that. But also, players get fined by the DRA if they swear on TV as well. So the number of Dutch players that have been fined for dropping words is up there. But yeah, I don't get it. And to be fair, some of the words that they don't, like shit and crap, aren't offensive anymore. They're just part of everyday language.
Yes.
Love that.
Gordon Ramsay just does what he wants.
Yeah, and if you notice, his shows are always after 9 p.m.
Or in America. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Dave, 100%. If everyone liked the same players, it'd be a boring place. Completely. And I've always said that James is a great player. Isn't it, Cole? I've never said he's not a good player. I just don't enjoy watching him play.
Don't enjoy listening to you, but I do it every weekend. Get used to it. Whee!
I've missed us both on the same show. Let's find some Premier League.
I don't think everybody else has by the sounds of the chat room.
Yeah, 100%, Nick. I'm with you there.
If we all only like the same players as well, we'd all agree with Phil Bars, and that's an issue. Can't be doing that.
Nah.
I want the best players in the Premier League. I want the best players that play the best darts. Anything else is a bonus.
So fingers crossed the final won't be too long. Gives me time to make a graphic.
Don't get Phil started on Ross Montgomery or Mickey Mansell. Whose score was enjoyable. Or Mickey.
Tam, no, I love it. If people all agreed, the world would be a boring place.
And they'd all be wrong if they agreed with you. Come on then, fire your score predictions in the chat. I'm not changing the poll because by the time I get it up and running, the game will start. There's no point. Let us know who you think wins and by what scoreline in the chat. A reminder, a race to 8.
Keep that there. Who do I like to watch?
I'm going.
MVG, Price, Anderson at his best. Look, one of my favourite games of all time, and we talk about it a lot, was actually a World Series final in Dubai. Gary Anderson, Michael Van Gerwen, Anderson wins. Literally, I could watch that all day long. You know it's good when Gary starts celebrating as well.
It's up there. My favourite is Kim Hybrex beating Michael Van Gerwen in the quarterfinals of the Grand Slam. That performance had everything.
I enjoy watching Dobes play.
Yeah. Maliki, you joke, mate. I'm going somewhere close to you. I think it's going to be 8-2 or 8-3 to Damon Hector. He's just producing a ridiculous level. Cullen got dragged down a little bit in that last one again, averaging just 90 or 89, sorry. 20 points difference in the averages for the performances these two players put in the previous round.
Cullen is good to watch. Yeah, 100%. Just out of interest, Gob, who's your least favourite player to watch?
That's still on tour?
Yeah.
Ryan Meikle's a tough watch.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree.
Andrew Gilding.
Yeah.
It just takes so long to set himself. As he steps up, then he steps across, then he's awkward for the cameras as well. I just find that difficult. And where's the other one gone? Zoran's a bit difficult.
Is it £8 for the runner-up? I thought it was 6.
I can't remember since it's changed.
I thought it was 6. Again.
Eight.
Fair enough.
Just go on darts rankings and look at the difference between round 1 and final. There's one more. Where's it gone? Not really sure. I enjoy watching Ian White play. And this man, I pick on him an awful lot, and I feel bad for it, but I just don't rate his action at all. Brett Clayton.
Oh, it's actually terrible. I'm with you there. Well, we are warming up at last.
Clicked and ready to go. Waiting for PDC TV to go live as Dart Connect as well. Please. Robert Richardson says, how's Richie Burnett been doing? Lost 6-0 today. Not ideal.
Not a great day today. But
I don't know what he did last weekend.
He did all right last week. I think he picked up a couple of grand across the weekend, if I remember rightly. I think he did all right last week. Right, graphics done. Let's get ready for the final.
He didn't win anything today, so let's have a quick look for his name. £2,000 last week. Uh, 1.25 and 0.75, so that's a second round and a third round quarterfinal.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, 16 losers means the last 32. Underway then. Damon Heta with the advantage of throw. I was about to say, carries on where he left off, but that is a visit without a treble. back-to-back visits without treble from Damon Heta. Heta leaves 50 after 15. Cullen back on 154. What a statement this would be. It's not a statement. He scores 45. Heta then 18 for double 16 most likely, or 10 for tops. We'll know in a couple of minutes when the stream catches up. But will it go, more importantly? It's taken a while. And he's bust.
I reckon he's either gone for a 10 or an 18. He's come inside the first. Oh, and the 109 goes. And he's either hit double 15 or double 16 going for double 8. I reckon.
Let's take a look as the stream catches up. Here we go then. Single 18. Single 16. Does it go too high or does it go too low? Single 16 would bust. There's a single 16. Oh no, it's a double 16. Just wedges in the corner. There we go. He finds himself 1-0 down.
Yeah.
Back 140s though. In leg number 2, Cullen 1 through 4, 140, and the advantage of throw. There's the 135. Leaves 9 to 2 after 12.
That's top class from the Rockstar.
One, 3, 4. Great response from Heta, but 92 goes in 2, and Joe Cullen is producing a level we haven't really seen from him all day long.
Yeah. And Heta just dropped off from that blistering form that we've seen, Gob. That 96 is still very, very good, but it's not those high tons that we have been seeing from him.
No, literally, all that was the back-to-back 59 visits in the previous leg and the bust of 50. So the scoring phase has been there pretty much. He's only had 2 visits, I think, without a treble in the scoring phase in 2.5 legs.
Yeah.
He's back, 108 average.
The old one, when it's your day, it's your day. But the Rockstar is carrying on.
Unbelievable open Damon Heta, back-to-back 11 darters. And again, this is solid from Joe Cullen. And already, Phil, that 50 bust in that opening leg is starting to look like a big mistake in the context of this match. Heta leaves 170.
Yeah, that 109.
One, 2, 2 doesn't go, but Cullen did go for it. It leaves 25. Can Heta produce the 170? We've already seen it twice today, I think. Definitely once from MVG.
agree.
105 from Heta. Cullen does take the leg. Is comfortably the best performance I remember seeing from Joe Cullen so far today, and he's left it until the final to do so. Heta's still averaging 108 and finds himself 3-1 behind.
Yeah. It's amazing what confidence winning a tournament can give you. And the Rockstar is just on one at the moment.
Yeah. Even though he didn't win the final of the Premier League as well, just the fact that he got his first match win on the board, backed it up with a second, obviously, pretty much straight away. If this is the normal, the old style Premier League phase, and he's in 3-4 weeks in without a win in that, it can start knocking your game. Cullen leaves 40, does the right thing, sets it up. Heta, from the best player on the day so far in this final, is being reduced to pop shots at 3 dart checkouts. Leaves 36, but it looks like he's about to be broken once again. Cullen, 13 dart leg, up to 106 average now. Joe Cullen is not letting up. And it's going to take, well, I'd say something special for Damon Heta. He's already been something special throughout the day, but it's just not going his way in this final. Missed darts to win the first leg. And he's been absolutely steamrollered so far by Joe Cullen, averaging 106.
Sensational.
Another visit.
Absolutely sensational game.
Heta can't leave a finish from here either. That's the issue with that 59 once again. .96 from Damon. Doesn't really bring enough pressure there. Could have done with a 2 treble visit. Now Cullen, chance a ton to extend his lead to 5-1. Doesn't go. This 106 Phil has to go. It has to go. He has to start getting these breaks back.
No ifs, no buts. This 106 has to go. If it doesn't, you feel the writing's on the wall. And it doesn't go, not even close. No treble from Heta. Cullen for 5-1. And there is 4 legs between them, Gob.
It's a big gap. A very big gap. And look, it's must hold for Damon. He has to get a foothold. He needs an easy leg to get back on the board so we can start going back at Joe Cullen. Because at the minute, the one leg he did manage to pick up was a little bit of a struggle. He missed chance at another. Joe Cullen's been there on him ever since. And it feels like it's just not quite going right for Damon Heta at the minute. He's lost the reins on that first start. Nice 140. Need to take this 207 in 6 though. 15 data would be perfect for him right now. Cullen 134. So he's in striking distance, no finish. 79 from Damon. See, again, he just leaves it difficult. If Cullen can pressure, 140 here, and Cullen's favourite for the leg once again. Just a 42 though. So Damon Heta should probably get 6 from here. But to take it in 3 would give him that little boost that he needs, and he does take it in 3. Back 2 within 3, and now he needs to go on an assault on this Joe Cullen throw. Need to try and find a 12 data from here, really.
Yeah.
See the
That
door.
says Heta come back.
Just an 80 and a 59 from Cullen. Left the door open a little bit, but a ton and then 59 from Heta. Look, he has to find a ton 40 from here. Ton at least, but a ton 40 here would be absolutely perfect. Put yourself 100 points ahead against the throw. Troubleless here, and Joe Cullen's still within it. There is the 140. That is exactly what Damon Heta needed. Needs to take this 202 and 6, or at least get close to it. Start putting some pressure on this Joe Cullen throw. What he doesn't want to see is a 140 or a 180, and he doesn't. 79, 6 from 202. .145 is lovely. Leaves 57, a 2 data. It's not the 12 data we called for, Phil, but it could be a 14, and at the minute it looks like it would be enough. .57 has to go, and he goes inside on 20s and 10s and leaves double 5. And Cullen, this 91 really would crush Damon Heta. Doesn't go.
But this can be horrible. This is one of those ones. You have to be aggressive on dart 1, Gob.
And he is, and he goes.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those, isn't it, that you have to be aggressive on dart 1 because you cannot go inside on dart 2.
There it is. There's the maximum. This is the scoring power we're used to seeing from Damon Heta. This will be 5-4, getting back to within 1. Joe Cullen does still have the advantage of another break. But Damon Heta looks like he's just clicking into gear at the right time now. As he finds 2 180s in the same leg.
But it's not this leg that's the important one. It's the next one. He has to mount an assault on the Joe Cullen throw. Lucky enough, Joe has had a bit of a mare this leg. It goes. This is the one, Rob. This is the most important leg. And Cullen knows it as well. Just seen on Gary Anderson's Twitter as well, Ty has had the locks cut and he has gone for the Jack Grealish headband, an undercut job. But here we go. Cullen will have 6 darts to get rid of this gob. In his head, what he'd give just to leave this in either a 1 or a 2 darter.
To leave a 1 would be something pretty decent. There is the 2 darter he leaves. He leaves 56. 171 here from Damo would be perfect for the Heat, though. Needs to find at least 1 treble. Needs to be within that 111, 114 range.
Oh.
There's the 171. Superb pressure now on Joe Cullen. We see him earlier in the leg, missed the big number.
Oh.
And there is the pressure. Is it starting to tell the opportunity for Heta? He has forced this himself with pressure. 135, 171. 3 darts in hand at top. We've seen him miss this earlier, just a couple of legs ago. Found himself on double 5. Cannot afford to do that again. And he goes inside double 10. He did all of the hard work there to manufacture that chance, to put his opponent under pressure. And the fact he didn't come out firing at the start of the leg, and he forced the pressure in the back end of it and then saw Cullen miss, if he'd pinched that leg, would have played on Joe Cullen's mind a little bit more rather than his opponent just producing a 12-dart leg.
So look at
the
stream
opportunity was there, put pressure on him, and it crumbled from underneath it. He hit tops first. That was the issue.
Let's see how close these are from Damo. Oh, he's pulled the first one at top. It's a long way short. That dart at tops is arguably the worst dart Damon Heta has thrown all day, Gob. He dragged it a long, long way down.
And that will hurt as
Joe
well. See Cullen
go
go all the way to double 1. Huge relief from Joe Cullen. He knows he's got away with 1 there. That could have been 5-all and a best of 5 from here. Instead, Cullen's 2 away. Damon Heta still needs 4 legs.
Yeah.
He's on a little bit of a comeback. That's just been stunted a little bit.
Massively. Key moments here, both on doable 3 figures, but Heta will get first poke at 116. Missed a dart at tops, I think, Gob. Gone the 19. Oh,
That hurts.
That stings.
That hurts.
Yeah. That is
I can't do that.
That is like a Ricky Hatton body shot. That is. Yeah. That's one to the solar plexus. But like we said earlier, Gob, winning tournaments and winning TV tournaments gives you confidence to go and do things like that.
Yeah, it's another missed dart at tops, and he's dragged it low again. It's not been his friend in this match.
No.
Superb finish as well.
This is it. Start the car, get the Uber going. Or, if you're an Aussie, stick a fork in it. Damon Hetter's done on the Barbie.
I think he might be. Joe Cullen is 20 points away. Damon Hetter fires in a 137 to leave 76. He's been the standout performer all day. Joe Cullen has just produced a level above what he's done for the day in the final for the most part. And Joe Cullen wins Players' Championship 3, defeating Damon Hetter 8-4 in the final. Congratulations to the Rockstar. Commiserations to the Heat, who has been absolutely superb today. I know I keep saying it. And obviously, you need to get over the line in that final, but that is a superb run from Damon Hetter. Big shout outs to Connor Scott for a superb run today as well. Michael Van Gerwen looking like he's continuing his ascent to being back to somewhere where we're used to seeing him. Strong runs for Keane Barry also. But yeah, Phil, Joe Cullen, your winner of Players' Championship 3.
Yeah, Juanita says the MVG hoodoo is at it again. It is. But look, it's another remarkable day for Joe Cullen. It's a brilliant day for Damon Hetter. All important ranking points he has got. Look, it's been a fabulous, fabulous day of darts here at the Online Darts live stream for the Super Series. Damon Hetter beating Michael Van Gerwen in the semi-final. Huge congratulations to Connor Scott getting to his maiden Pro Tour semi-final. God, it's been an absolute belting day of darts here for us.
Has indeed. We'll be back tomorrow. You're starting us off, I think, with Liam, and then I'll jump on once I get back from football, should my game still be on at the minute. But yeah, superb day. It's brilliant to have been back on a Pro Tour stream. Not sure everybody in the chat room agreed at times, but thanks for watching anyway. You've all been absolutely superb. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, look, it has been an absolute blast. It's a quick send-off from us. Remember, the final of week 2 of the Live League returns tonight, 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV and our YouTube channel. Mace will be calling it through. I'm literally jumping straight in the car off to the studio. I'm doing a sit-down with Mace, which will be our early part of the week. It's going to be an extended one because there is plenty to talk about. If you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Give us a thumbs up, everyone. But we will be back tomorrow from around 11:45 in the morning to bring you Players' Championship number 4. I've been Phil Bars, joined by Jack Gobby Garwood as always, and we thank you for your continued support, and we will see you all very, very soon here at Online Darts.
Foil Sports World Grand Prix on Sky Sports.
To the next level.